Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply.
Cancel culture is about canceling it.
Cocainum.
Up yours. Woke moralist.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Up yours.
And they believe that they can then
Woke
shut us
moralist.
up.
Not only can you take a load, you can take the ultimate load, and even better than that you find your true calling and destiny in your willingness to take the ultimate load.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals. Up yours.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stopped
Woke
Ben
moralist.
Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stopped Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Have it your way, buddy. You sons of bitches. Beta! I did everything right and they indicted me.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like?
We'll see who cancels who.
Hey.
We feeling good today? I'm feeling good.
I have hope.
Yep. It's real. It's palpable.
Never get too
People are
hopeful.
lively.
That's when you get let down.
Can you believe the amount of shit that's happened since last Thursday?
It's a different world.
I was trying to put it all together. I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to talk about a lot of things, like the attempted assassination on the next president.
That was like 4 days ago. He was shot.
I know, it
Like,
feels like a year ago.
Go back and look at last week's
So much
episode,
has happened.
folks. Compare that to this week. We've all aged 10 years. I mean, it's there. It's I can't keep up.
I got a tan over the weekend, so I look younger actually.
I got no tan, just stressed out, so I look probably deathly, but it's okay. I feel good.
You need whatever amazing pharmaceutical cocktail Kamala Harris has access to. At any given time. When things go bad, I feel like she's going to offer it to all Americans. I think it's going to be that, and a free PS6 will be probably the first, and legalize porn. All of that will be the first.
That would be amazing, honestly.
Yeah.
Like if she relegalizes porn, that'd be great. Yeah, I'm really happy.
Yeah.
So the latest,
She would flip the
that
red
we
states.
know-
It would be landslide.
Yeah, 50 state landslide. So the latest is that we're expecting an announcement after the RNC. Don't know if it's immediately after. Don't know if it's this weekend. We have no idea, but we're expecting Biden to drop out. It seems imminent, but there's still the RNC convention that is going on. I really want Biden to announce during Trump's speech. Then you just steal that spotlight from him. I wish he would do it, but
we'd switch right to it.
Yeah, he's not going to do that.
If it was the other way around, Trump would definitely do that. I don't think Biden or the Democratic Party would do that. They're too respectful, or I don't even know if respectful is the right word, but they just wouldn't do that.
They would think, oh no, nobody will watch it because Trump's on. Like they don't think that
exactly.
way.
Yeah, it's all, they're always conceding, which is why these past few weeks have been so surprising to me in a good way that the Democratic Party is actually doing something major.
True.
Like they are
true.
You could argue interfering in a way in the process in a way that they would, wouldn't normally, but knowing full well that Biden will lose if he is the candidate, and they're doing what is necessary to try and avoid that.
Like it's had to get this bad. Did any of you watch the BET interview that just got released?
I didn't see that one yet. No,
I saw pieces.
Once again starts out where you're just like, oh, he's actually sounding better than last time. I mean, maybe he's gonna go, and then midway through, it's just a train wreck, just yet another train wreck after train wreck after train wreck after train wreck.
That's how every interview has been going. I'm still not over the Lester Holt interview, which seems like decades ago at this point, where Lester asks him, what's gonna happen if you have another moment like that, and he goes, what's gonna happen? No. And Lester's like, what's going to happen if you have another moment like that? And he's like, I'll put another moment. It's like, oh my God, I can't take it. I cannot take it.
Did you see okay, I got to see if I can find this again, because I forget if I liked it. Did you see the video where it looks like he mistakes another woman for Jill? This is like after a speech.
I didn't see that.
No.
Oh my God. I was trying to figure out if it was recent.
There's
too
many
couldn't figure
to
out when it was.
list.
Let me see if I can find this.
Oh, everyone's saying happy birthday, Mike. Mike, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Mike.
It is. Thank you all.
What?
Appreciate it.
Today's your birthday? What?
Mhm.
Oh yeah, you mentioned it last week, and I talked about getting a cake and everything. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Fuck you,
What,
Matt.
doing
How
a Ben
dare you?
Shapiro?
I
Are
was
you
counting
refusing to
on
make him a
that.
cake because he's gay?
No,
Yeah,
the whole
that's
thing
why.
where I said,
Yeah, that's why.
I said I would let you guys know, and we'd each go out and buy a slice of cake on our own and show up and make a
Oh, that
whole
would be
birthday
cute.
thing out of
Fuck, we
it.
should have done that.
Yeah, but I didn't tell you guys because I
I don't
forgot
really
all
want
about
to eat cake on a stream because people are going to see
Yeah,
me
that's fair.
stress eating.
That's true.
Like it's not pretty, you know. Just, as the speech comes in, we don't want to see that shit. So yeah.
Okay, so this video it's from March,
Oh, it's from March.
but it's so awkward. Like it.
Mm.
Well, here, I'll bring this up. And by the way, so we will be covering it on and off the RNC. Tucker's giving a speech right now. I thought we should maybe look at that, but I heard his voice a bit during the intro. I'm like, oh god, I don't want to fucking.
That's
I
fair.
can't stand Tucker Carlson, but maybe we'll jump
It's-
in.
yeah, it's bad.
These speeches go on forever, so we'll jump in. at some
Yeah.
point. But
Breaking per the Hill, Biden to make major announcement in coming day.
Oh.
What?
Okay.
Okay, we'll get that in just a second. So this is
Oh no.
watch his face. It's probably not. It's probably not that. It's probably maybe he has to get somewhere. But he was getting like really close to her. And then again, he does that with everybody. So
Right. Oh my god. There was a video of him, I think from yesterday, where he's meeting with this person and he's doing cheek kisses, and then later on in the day we find out he has COVID. So I'm wondering how she's feeling right now.
Oh my
There's
God.
also the guy from Complex, I don't remember his name, but he posted a video talking about how, listen, I saw this news that Biden has COVID, and I just interviewed him on Monday. Am I the first person to get clapped up by the POTUS? Like, what's going on?
oh yeah, I saw. Should we hear some of this loser or what? What's going on?
Sure.
Suggesting that we use our military to protect
Again,
our country.
anyone listening,
or
if
the
the
lives of
audio is too low, I can't do
citizens.
anything
No.
about it. It's a max
That's for
volume as
Ukraine.
far as I can see.
And it's too much, actually. It's too
cannot
insulting.
See too
It's
much.
actually not horrible.
It's too
compared to
insulting.
other times.
It's a middle
Yeah, I
finger in
think
the
it's
face
okay.
of every American. It's
Did
a
you
very
install that thing
clear
for your browser that lets you
statement.
expand?
Yeah,
all
but
the
it doesn't
buttons?
impact. StreamYard is weird. It just
And that is
pulls
we
like
don't care
from the
about
tab and
you.
doesn't, it doesn't include the extensions.
And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be
It's funny because
without
of the
perspective
Dominion
or without empathy, which is
voting
true.
systems lawsuit. We now know
But
that
everything
behind the
else about Trump
scenes, he's
aside,
yet another
he
one of the
actually
people
cares.
who completely
Because
talk
he's
shit.
interested in the
Yep.
people who
just
live
a
here,
career liar.
because that's his
It's kind of like
job.
how
Oh, yeah.
His job, his
Tim
duty
Pool
is to
called
his
Emma
family.
Vigeland or insinuated she was a
An
pedophile
officer's
to her
duty is to his
face,
men,
but then
a
wanted to go
president's
get
duty is to his
sushi with the boys and play poker with
And he
why
seems
why
to
would
be
you
the
want to
only one
hang
who
out
gets
with
that.
each other after that moment?
Right.
And
You
it's
know?
his choice.
Like that's
for vice
it is
president,
amazing
J.D.
that
Vance, he's made
it's
that
very
really
clear he fucking hates Trump, and here he is invited to give a speech.
J.D.
Like
Vance, I'll say this
I'm
about him.
trying to think
He's
if
a
there'd be
thoroughly
like
decent man, and I'll just admit it. A
an
friend of
example
mine,
on the
one of the very few
Democratic side of
politicians
that
in Washington
ever
who actually-
happening.
Yeah.
Like
very close to
somebody
his
hates
wife,
Joe
which is
Biden
wonderful to see.
so much, and then they're invited that
and
same
she's
year
wonderful,
or a year later
actually.
to give a speech.
And bend the knee.
But J.D.
Right.
Vance
It'd be
has
like us
views
giving a speech
that
for
are
Hillary
closer
Clinton.
to Trump's voters
Or it looked
than
like when
anyone else in
Bernie was
Washington
endorsing
in
Hillary in
office.
2016, and you could tell his
Therefore,
soul was dead, and he
he
wouldn't
is the
really say
vice
anything about
president. That's
Hillary,
called democracy.
except for like she supports this watered down version of my policy and this watered down version, but you can
And
just
that
tell
is
he's dead
what's
inside.
happened over the
Like it's
past
at least
month.
authentic.
Since the debate. And
How does Tucker
particularly
hate
on
Trump?
Saturday in Butler,
Basically, the
I think
lawsuit
a lot
that
of
Fox
people
News
are
had
wondering,
to
what is
go
this?
through, and they lost
This
a
doesn't
fuck
look
ton
like
of money that
politics.
eventually led to him
Something
being
bigger is
fired,
going on here. I
was
think
based
even
on a lot
people
of him
who don't
spreading false
believe in God
rumors
or
and
begin to
lies
think,
about
well,
the
maybe
election
there's something to
being
this.
stolen. And in that lawsuit,
Actually.
it turned out, via leaked texts and messages. Also,
And
the
I'm starting
leaked
to
Alex
think-
Jones and
I'm
him text
starting to
messages
think
revealed
it's
that
gonna
he,
be
behind
okay,
the scenes, didn't believe
actually.
Trump.
I do think
Like, he
that.
didn't actually think the election
Mhm.
was stolen.
The day
He
after the
didn't think that
midterm
was real.
elections
Like,
in
he was just
2018,
knowingly spreading a conspiracy theory for ratings.
Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia. Okay, I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I'm not whining about it.
Yeah, according to
Wasn't getting
colleagues,
shot in the face,
he
but it wrecked our
professed
day.
that he passionately hates
And
Trump.
The next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello.
You know what's funny too is that like there are categories because the Republicans have gone so far right. You can just see the backlash to people like say Amber Rose speaking at the RNC, and people like Matt Walsh just like melting down in real time, being like, "She was part of the slut walk. She's never like disowned that opinion. You know, we cannot promote this heresy kind of shit."
Yeah. And then he says,
"Host Tucker on Twitter. They just dead named X. Love to see it."
And we are.
Oh, I just realized that. Nice catch,
human
Mike.
love.
Yeah.
Wait, what? I missed what you said.
The
They showed like first Chiron. Yeah,
there it is.
They put host of. There you go.
Tucker on Twitter.
Tucker on Twitter. I'm on God's side, or God's with me, or even I'm with God.
I saw your post, Matt. But Twitter now is basically all in for MAGA, like with the hashtags and everything.
Yeah, they're ads. But still, the point is they accepted those ads. You know, previously they would not have accepted that type of
Ladies and gentlemen,
advertising.
Please welcome Golf General Manager Trump National Doral, Carrie Tomosco Ruiz.
Did we ever find out who the dog was?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
Who the
that was the
what
most
was?
adorable part of the RNC. When it just like for no reason, while that dude is basically saying that like if we lose the election, we're gonna have to like shoot.
Oh,
he
baby
says something
dog?
that yeah,
That's
the baby
baby
dog.
dog.
Yeah,
That's baby
so
dog.
cute. I was like, I don't know
really
what the
sweet
context
dog.
is here, but that's really cute. The dog is innocent.
Although I will say the doggy needs to go on a diet because I also have a brachycephalic dog like that, like the squish face dogs, and you really have to monitor their weight, and his dog is so overweight. Like not to play armchair vet, but get that big boy on a diet and he'll be good. He'll be good. A little bit less kibbles.
Is this woman she's the golf man? She's the manager of a golf course, of a Trump golf course. Is that who this woman is?
Why would she speak then?
Florida Golf General Manager, Trump
Why-
National Doral.
Why is she relevant?
Many companies tried and failed to create a world-class golf experience, all while
What?
turning a profit. With his keen eye for business and uncanny ability to make things better, Donald Trump got to work. He poured hundreds of millions of dollars and his own sweat and tears into the property. He had a hand in virtually everything, and no detail was too small.
Wow. Listen,
He didn't
this might
just
sound
change
misogynistic,
the carpet
but
or apply
she
a
doesn't
fresh
look
coat of
like
paint.
the manager. She looks
He
like somebody who would
stripped
ask for
his
the manager.
legendary
Like if I'm
resort
still in
to
retail,
its
as soon as she
core
walks into the store, I'm running and letting my
rebuilt it
coworkers deal with
the
her.
right way.
You could just tell. Some people they
Look,
have that look.
Well, she probably still does.
Men can be Karens.
He did
like
the
Right.
Elon
Oh, yeah,
Musk is one of the biggest Karens
Oh, yeah.
on the fucking planet.
Again.
Absolutely.
You know? Like just the Uber Karen.
He
So
also built
And you
up
can
we
tell-
have to
resorts
degender
people.
Karens.
Right. You can tell
Yes.
when there's a man Karen too that walks in. Like there's a look about them. Like it's like
Oh yeah.
I don't want to get into
He
phrenology, but you could
empowered
just
us.
tell. Like pause it. Oh, that guy with the yellow hat.
Start to
All
a
of us.
sentence. I don't
And
want
he
to be
still
a phrenologist, but
No matter your role,
The dude with the
he
yellow hat that we
asks
just saw.
questions.
One of the
He
worst
wants
customers.
Different opinions. He never demands more of us.
Should we bring our guest
than
in? Our
he
guest
is
Oh, yeah, let's
willing
bring
to
our guest
give.
oh,
in.
awesome.
We can go.
Hi, Sean.
You don't
Hey, Sean.
What's up?
How's it
Oh,
going?
sorry, I was muted. Hello. You guys hear
Welcome
me?
to the show. Yeah,
we're
happy
just
to have
watching
you
the
here.
dumpster fire that is the RNC.
Yeah, we're just
right
jumping
now.
in and out of the RNC, just seeing what's going on.
Oh, right. The greatest content.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
amazing so far. We feel very inspired and
Right. I know exactly how that is.
yeah. Tell everybody who you are, what you do, and where we can find you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
of
and plug your
course.
shit.
Yeah,
Thank you,
plug
thank you.
everything.
Appreciate it. So my name is Sean the Black on pretty much every platform. I am a Twitch streamer. I work at an organization called Gen Z for Change. We do youth activism. I'm a software developer, so basically I use coding and stuff to like mess with like corporations and Republicans and everybody that I just
Oh, that's
don't
I
really
didn't know
like.
that about you. That's badass.
Love
That's
that.
super badass.
Really?
Yeah.
So, yeah, so we did a bunch of cool stuff with like labor unions. So like when Starbucks workers were trying to unionize and they were hiring scabs, we kind of spammed their application they couldn't find scabs, and we do stuff like that in like similar veins.
Love that.
That's awesome. Digital activism.
Yep, basically, essentially. That's how I kind of got into like politics on the internet, really.
That's incredible. That's awesome.
I mean, I was saying the other day that like online activism, especially, you're seeing like what was that group of gay fairy hackers? Like they've done more to I think expose Project 2025 than the DNC has at this point. Like more to fight it than the DNC is doing in their
well, that's not saying much, honestly. The DNC is pretty
true.
Yeah. So what do you think about the current situation regarding Biden stepping down? So you're part of Gen Z for Change. Do you think that there's going to be a big enough Biden or bust movement that the youngins won't support Harris? Because I think this is an online phenomenon, but we've seen so many people over the past week or two be like, I refuse to vote for anybody but Biden, which is so bizarre to me. Like, do you think this is just an online
I'm
thing?
with him.
I'm with him only. I will die for him. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. It feels so weird.
Yeah, I said something very similar this morning on Twitter. Just because I saw a similar tweet being like, I'm only going to vote for Biden. I saw some people saying we're going to protest like down ballot, blue races if they don't support Biden, which it just does not make any sense to me.
These aren't real people. I'm sorry. These are bots. These aren't real people.
Harry Sisson, he's one of them.
I want to live in a conspiracy.
Okay, they're paid bots by the Biden campaign.
yeah, exactly. And because I'm in the Gen Z activist space, I know and met these people who are like directly paid by the DNC, and so I know they're real. I know that they're physical human beings, but like their politics just kind of ebb and flow with whatever just gets them. It's not even about the money to them. It's more about the getting in the spaces of like getting invited to the White House and being invited to events and being in political ads and that sort of thing.
Power. Like, it's power over money. That's wild. Just
power
for
access. Just like, I get to be invited here
so
and eat the delicious food they have.
Yeah, that's really discouraging.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it's an online phenomenon specifically to be anti like Biden running, because my parents are pretty libbed up. Not even online at all. They're like, Biden should drop out. He should leave.
Oh, okay.
And so I don't know if it's like
polling shows too.
Experience.
Yeah, but, the majority of Democratic registered voters want him to drop out, like 76% right now, right?
Yeah,
it's
up there.
massive.
Yeah, it's a massive number.
But even black voters that have been like, I mean, you'll hear people being like, oh, you're like, only white people are like against Biden running. But like even like black voters are like 58% of black voters are saying that Biden can't do the job of presidency and should, step down and allow Harris to come forward. But yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of white liberal Biden supporters posting that and then trying to use identity politics, like, to weaponize it in that way, to be like, and it doesn't make any sense because everyone who's advocating for this is advocating for a black woman to become president, right? Like that's kind of what this road like leads down. But
yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. And I think that they're kind of grasping for anything. But what's really, I think, honestly disturbing to me is to see, oh, hi, Chico. The reality denial, like, they're completely rejecting polls. There was one semi-viral post. I don't remember who put it out, but they were saying, oh, I think these polls are like all fake just to discourage turnout of Democrats. And it's so frustrating because I know that there's, with regard to the Democratic Party, there's some very diehard loyal people, but it's almost turning culty, which is frustrating because I don't want there to be like
it's
red
so
cult, blue
weird.
cult.
Yeah.
And it's a cult around this
brain.
82-year-old man. That's what's so fucking insane to me. Who has no personality.
Genocidal racist.
Like, yeah, how does that happen?
To be completely honest.
I mean, I never understood liberals, but this is really like we need to actually study them at this point. The ones that are like in that again.
Aaron
it's probably
Rupar
not super.
fell today. That's a big
true.
One. Aaron Rupar following. I was like, oh, if Will Stancil
That's
goes,
a big
it's
one.
Joe over. It's officially Joe over if Will Stancil goes. He's going to be one of the last ones.
Yeah, Matt Iglesias, Aaron Rupar, the Pod Save Bro. I mean, the dominoes one by one.
Too.
Yeah. So I don't know. I feel like the walls are closing in. It's hard to say. Like I've moved on mentally. I'm to the point where we're talking about Harris's VP pick. Like it's kind of like.
Same.
I can relate this to when we kicked Blair off the podcast. And before we even announced it, I was already like, okay, Rebecca's going to be the replacement. We have to get Rebecca. Like I already moved on mentally. I'm there right now, where it's like Harris is the nominee, and now we're talking about who the next person is. Like mentally, I moved on because this has been dragging on for 2 fucking weeks now. Like he's got to shit or get off the pot.
I moved so far past that I forgot that triangle face was her name was Blair. I forgot completely.
Yeah. I probably shouldn't have said the name, but it's okay. She's not watching.
No one. I don't think it's watching at this point.
Yeah.
It is wild to watch, though, just like the amount of conspiracies that have been flowing, like everything from Biden's voice is being manipulated to like, ABC and NBC are intentionally trying to change the way he sounds. I was like, even if that was the case, it's not just the way he sounds, it's the things he's saying.
Exactly. It's the incoherent answers. It's not like the voice.
Is their enemy. Yeah. Like,
it's like, in what world are people only complaining about like him whispering? That's not the issue. It's literally everything.
And can I just share a clip really quick from Kamala? This was out today, and just seeing this,
I was literally probably just gonna share. I have this ready.
Oh,
do you really?
I was literally gonna share the exact same clip.
Yeah, it's
because it's
seeing
such a striking contrast.
Totally gave me so much hope. Because not only is it a good message, but she doesn't fuck up a single time. Like, can you imagine a single time?
Unfortunate freeze frame.
The bar is so low at this point, but unfortunately,
in recent days, they've been trying to portray themselves as the party of unity. But here's the thing. If you claim to stand for unity, you need to do more than just use the word. You cannot claim you stand for unity if you are pushing an agenda that deprives whole groups of Americans of basic freedoms, opportunity, and dignity. You cannot claim you stand for unity if you are intent on taking reproductive freedoms from the people of America and the women of America. Trying to ban abortion nationwide as they do and restrict access to IVF and contraception as their plan calls for. You cannot claim to be for unity if you try to overturn a free and fair election and threaten to terminate the United States Constitution.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's just
night and day. Like she's really much more well spoken than the current Democratic nominee to be.
Yeah.
By a massive margin. Like it's so it's weird to think back on how I felt about Kamala Harris in 2020 during the primary compared to now, and it's. I think just strictly because the bar has been so lowered so far with Joe Biden, to the point where we expect so little that hearing somebody give a speech like that is just incredible to me.
Right.
I'm 100% going to go right back to Kamala Harris on November 6th. Like I'm going to let's be perfectly
this is all
clear,
about defeating Trump. This is all about
she's an incarcerationist. Like there's no question about that. But like the other side right now, it's like holy fuck.
Yeah.
How did you go so far right? This is so scary.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy because oh sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's kind of crazy because like it shouldn't even be this close of an election to begin with.
Right.
Like, we've had 4 years of Trump. We know what Trump will bring. And Trump is massively unpopular, even like from like the standards of him being the president already. So like it should have been a layup election for Joe Biden.
And he tried to steal the election. Like
like he's like I'm
tried to do a coup.
Yeah.
And they're saying they'll do it again.
Epstein files. Like he's such a bad candidate.
They're saying that it's not over until inauguration day. That's what a GOP strategist said at the RNC. So they're already saying they'll do it again.
Yeah. So like I mean, even like despite him being Joe Biden deciding to co-sign a genocide, already made it a close race, closer than it probably needed to be. And then just everything since then has just been stacking on top of each other, on top of each other, on top of each other. And so, like, we just need something to like distance ourselves from just the baggage that Joe Biden has. And for some reason, liberal Democrats are just like, not even like moderates, but like the hardline, like Biden supporters are just like, no, we need to keep holding on to that baggage and we need to throw the election for just some reason. I don't understand it.
Yeah, it's so perplexing. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me, honestly. I mean, if they genuinely love Joe Biden, like, listen, this is a cliche, but if you love something, you've got to know when to let it go. Do you want him to be the next Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Because guess what? Her legacy is burned to the fucking ground. We would not have Dobbs if she resigned. So this can't, like, you know, in 10 years, we don't want to look back and say, man, imagine what could have been if Joe Biden dropped out. It's not like a foregone conclusion that Kamala is going to become the nominee and then win easily. It's still going to be difficult. But goddamn, do we actually have a chance now? I think we absolutely do.
Right.
Yeah, and part of the problem is that I think that a lot of people are inserting like the reason why Kamala Harris isn't doing as well as she could possibly be doing is because I think that like she's been very quiet for the most part, and they just kind of picture her in terms of like the gaffes that the GOP has been highlighting. But if you go back to the start of the 2020 primary, like this is the person who destroyed Joe Biden in the first debate. So she can reframe the narrative. She can actually run, I think, a robust campaign and kind of like give people a real alternative, right? You have Donald Trump, this dithering buffoon who's falling asleep at every speech at the RNC, who's an actual threat to democracy. And then you have this young person who's energetic and ready to go. I think that juxtaposition is going to be intriguing to people. And like even looking at her numbers when it comes to like younger voters, she polls much better than Joe Biden. There's still issues there, but it's a chance. Like it's hope. There's enough there to where it's like, okay, it's not over yet. Whereas with Joe Biden, I just can't see him not only losing, but taking
the donors have already
down.
said it's over. Like if the donors are like, we're straight up not going to waste and gamble our money on this, because at the end of the day, these are like tens of millions of dollars we could be putting into just a sure loss. Then like, what do you do from that? How do you fix this? Right. Joe Biden's not getting younger. Every single day you've seen him at his absolute sharpest.
Yeah, it's
just going to get worse from there.
It's also worth noting that this is the first time I've ever heard Mike call somebody who is 60 years old young.
Well, I mean, look,
it's amazing.
Compare her to JD Vance, 20 years older, looks younger.
Kamala Harris looks, amazing for her age, I think.
Right.
Yeah, she really does.
Yeah, no, she looks. I was shocked when I found out she was 60. Like she looks like she's 45. So it's certainly not going to be an issue for voters. She's old enough to have that wisdom to where the old folks won't be like, oh, she's too young. But she's young. Like she's not literally dying and falling apart. That's like so refreshing to see. Like, God, I can't believe
it doesn't make you sad. It doesn't make you sad to listen to her.
That's so huge.
That's a massive thing.
Where you're bracing every time, she pauses.
Oh yeah,
like, oh,
what's
no,
he gonna?
Oh no!
I honestly at this point I'm worried he's gonna drop some old timey esoteric racial slur at some point. Joe Biden's brain, it's just gonna happen. Everyone's gonna be they'll have to Google what it is and be like, oh my god. Oh
well, didn't he just call the Secretary of Defense the black man or something like that?
Yeah,
I watched the clip. It was kind of taken out of context. It was. I think he was trying to.
It's not good no matter what.
It didn't come out proper, but I don't know. He was trying to respond.
Isn't that the whole issue though? It didn't come out proper when it comes to Joe Biden.
Yeah, no. But I'm saying it's whatever. It wasn't a great quote for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to share this because I saw a bunch of these clowns dancing and I thought it was funny. But
do they still have their little ear things on? Did you all see that? Like,
yeah,
it's such a cult.
When I saw this, so I saw a picture of like the first guy that did it, or the guy that was focused on, and he was like interviewed. I thought it was a comedian who snuck onto the floor and was mocking Trump, and then I see the CBS interview later in the day, and he's like a delegate from Arizona, and he's just a fucking cult member, and now they're all doing it. It's just it's insane how much of their identity is tied up in this party. Like you should not be looking at politics like this. This isn't sports. Like this is politics. Like people are crazy.
100%,
and that applies to Democrats as well. Anyone who's like, I don't know, feels the same way about the Democratic Party or Joe Biden or something, you're also nuts.
Yeah.
To I would say lesser degree, because at least you aren't supporting an authoritarian maniac, but still, it's still crazy to think about politics like this.
But you're supporting a genocidal monster. I mean, it's still pretty fucked.
No, for sure.
Unable to let him go. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're still, I still don't want Trump to be president. I rather any Democrat be president for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
But I saw your video, David. Like you were showing polls that were indicating that people who are associated, or maybe this was you, Mike. Sorry if I'm mixing up the videos because I watched both of them today. The polls are showing that he could take down the Senate. He could take down potentially the House as well, because like people associated with Biden are starting to drop in polling, like in rapid fire as well. Like if it's all going to be hanging on his ego and he's going to risk like an open convention, like
there's polling showing like basically any other Democrat on the ticket would help down ballot Democrats in those states. Like I think the example that I showed in my video was they showed a Kamala Harris or Whitmer at the top of the ticket compared to Biden. Both Kamala Harris and Whitmer in every single state, the senator in that state, their numbers increase with Harris or Whitmer on the ticket compared to Joe Biden. So it's just like this is the stuff that hopefully I assume Joe Biden is seeing at this point, but it just depends if his ego is going to take control or if he's going to accept reality.
Yeah.
Apparently he's just so destroyed by the concept of how he was told to step down for Hillary and then she ended up losing, and that he's just got like this old man stubbornness because he's like, people told me before I should drop out, now they're all telling me now, so they were wrong before and they're wrong now kind of thing.
But he didn't drop out because of Hillary. He dropped out because his son died.
Yeah.
Like that's a total rewrite of history. Like he didn't drop out because I can't even imagine Joe Biden saying, "You're right, it's her turn." Like it's not, that's the type of guy he is. That's the type of guy Joe Biden is.
Yeah, you're so true.
It would have been great if he did run against Hillary, because then the centrists would have split the vote, and we could see, Bernie's VP right now running in a perfect world, different, parallel universe.
No, I think a Joe Biden 2016 run would have wiped the floor with everybody right off the bat.
You think so?
Because he would have been coming off Obama's right off of being Obama's VP, and it's before he was too old to lose his mind. I think he would have. There would have been no competition between Hillary or Bernie if Biden would have just won. I think.
I mean, I saw a video of like Joe Biden throughout the years since 2008 up until 2024, and even in 2016, like it's like night and day from what it is now.
Yeah.
And it's not even like that like long ago. So he was coherent. He was like, very much like actually speak and hold a coherent thought. And it's just been like on a very, very sharp decline since that. And it's kind of wild to see how fast that things have moved and why the DNC and Democrats have been so steadfast on holding on to Joe Biden, even pushing him to run in 2020 specifically, but he didn't need to.
Right. There's like 35 people running. Like, why Joe Biden? Hey, Rebecca.
Hey, Rebecca.
Hi.
How's it going?
It's going good. How are you guys doing?
We are
doing
good.
really well, actually.
Yeah. What'd you say?
Oh, I said I love your hair. It looks great.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Did you say my hair is so late? Okay, hair is so late. That's what I heard. I didn't know if it was you're so late or your hair is so late. I just want. I'll go with the second one. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I had to cut it myself. You see, when money is low, you got to figure out how to do your own thing.
It looks amazing.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, I did
Very
it myself.
impressive.
Cut it myself. But like, try to shape it to my face myself. It might be in the. Don't look in the back. See, what is it? It's business in the front, party in the back. So don't look in the back. Yeah. So how are you guys doing? I heard you guys already started and are going in. Hi, Sean.
We're really happy right now.
Hello.
You're happy right now?
We're happy because it seems like what we've manifested is coming to fruition. Kamala's going to be the nominee, and Biden's going to probably step down. There's reports, and there's so many reports, conflicting reports, but he's supposedly, like, him dropping out is imminent. There's still reports from his close allies that he's digging in still and he's more committed than ever. But then there's other reports saying that he's acknowledging privately that, he may not be able to stay in the race and that an announcement may be coming. But it seems like the walls are closing in. I mean, when you have all of Democratic Party leadership against you, there's not much more that you can. I mean, you could still dig your heels in, sure. But I mean, come on, it's it's over at this point. For all intents and purposes, I think I've already moved on to picking Kamala's VP.
There's a website. There's an actual It's Joe Over website that shows you how Joe Over it is and has like an actual tracker. I think it's
Really?
joeover.com. And you can see how
Oh
Joe
my
Over
God.
it is.
What is it? What's the website?
Science. I think it's joeover.com. But
Joe-
Joshua Miller
Oh, yeah,
says it was the
Joshua.
leftist mafia that got Biden out. Mike's right.
We
Damn
did
right.
this. We did this.
Also, I ratioed the vice president today.
Yeah.
That shows the power
That's the
that we
power of
have.
It was the funniest. It was a powerful ratio, and what you
Wait,
ratioed
how-
her with
what did
was
you say?
amazing.
All I did was make a really fucking low-hanging fruit joke about how she in one statement had switched from talking about like using we, like me and Joe are gonna win, to I. That's all and I was just making a throwaway joke.
Let's
It
see
took
it.
off. It shows you how excited everyone is
Yeah.
for anything
Oh my
other than
God,
Joe
you
Biden
did.
at this point.
Yeah.
I know.
Wow.
She needs to know that the Neo K Hive, like we're looking for crumbs right now.
Neo K Hive.
The
For the
Neo
Neo K
K
Hive, yeah. The old K Hive is
42,000
canceled.
Can we just talk about how weird the K Hive
It's
is
so
right
strange.
now? Like this.
Yeah, I
this
do not
whole
fucking get
time,
it.
Like this whole time during the primary,
because they
they're
trust the
they're
plan.
called the K Hive
2028.
because they're
they're
super
bots, not
hardcore
real.
Kamala Harris supporters.
They were never real.
They were all gung ho about her during the primary. When Joe Biden won, the whole thing was that she had to be the VP. She got picked as the VP. They all ran to the Joe Biden campaign, ostensibly because he picked Kamala as the VP. Now, if you say, I think Kamala Harris should be the next president of the United States, they come into your mentions on Twitter and go, oh, you fucking racist. It's like, what?
Yeah, it's so weird because they've been saying like trust the plan. 2028, our queen will ascend and stuff like that. I'm like, what is going on?
I will.
They
Okay.
don't want her to
How
be
do we know?
president.
How do we
They
know it's the
don't want
same
her to be
people that
president.
supported her?
It's not.
Do we know
But,
that?
you know, I can't
know.
say it's the exact same individuals.
I think it's just
But the
Biden.
same
Arguing
people-
with these 50s.
Biden
the
bots.
same people who identified as K Hive, or the people who identified as K Hive back in 2020 are now, and now the people who identify as K Hive in 2024 seem to have very different understandings of what the K Hive is. Old K Hive wanted Kamala Harris to be the next president of the United States. New K Hive apparently thinking that makes you racist.
They never now those type of people they are there. And I don't know. So here, let me see. Just gather it. Grab it. Okay. So I feel like, with this whole conversation, like it sounds good. I don't know how true it can be. I know Joe Biden has, and I saw the same reports that you guys have seen. And of course that is like, we would want it to be Kamala Harris to take the position. And what we've seen from Joe Biden is he keeps trying to stand 10 toes down on he's going to run. He's not going anywhere. He's sick. We saw that tweet. I don't know. That was the craziest tweet I've ever seen. He said, I'm sick.
I forgot about that.
I said, what's going on here? But I feel like at this point with the conversation around Kamala, I don't know what that's going to be like. Having a Black woman sounds beautiful. Well, whatever she identifies as, but having, a biracial woman run, and she's a woman at that. And, everybody all the Trump supporters are going to look at her as Black. We're going to see a lot of racism come out of that. Would that be a beautiful thing? Yeah, it would be great. But do you guys really think it would win on a ticket? She would win on a ticket?
Yes,
like
100%.
I think they're going
Megan's
to
coming
pick
out regardless,
the
right?
whitest,
Like
straightest married man to be her running mate. You're going to see, and probably from the middle.
Yeah,
America,
that would help.
They are going to go for that. It's 100% going to be.
Because if they make it any more Black, get them a dark skin, something. It's going to be problematic. Now they're like, now she's going too far, right? Now she's going too far. But I say all that to say because I know she's accepted the debate with What's his name? He got like 4 names.
JD Vance.
Okay.
Vance.
Yeah, so we're gonna see. I think
The daylight
we know
saving
it's gonna be
egg
great.
boom guy.
We know it's gonna be
fetish.
great. And once we see that, I think that'll build some momentum more around the conversation, seeing her in action and what she can say, what she stands for.
Did you see your speech today though? Like honestly, compared to Biden, it was like night and day. I was like, oh my god, this is so much better in every way.
Polished and so her message was very good. I actually retweeted it. I'm like, we're so fucking back. Because I was actually that excited just to hear somebody not only like speak without fucking up, but have a good message. Like, you can't say you're for unity if you're trying to take away people's rights, if you're trying to overthrow the Constitution. And just to hear that and to hear her spit it out, like the difference is night and day. And I am like, I won't lie, Rebecca, I'm really worried as well. But I will say this: if a man like a first-term senator named Barack Hussein Obama can win, I do think anything is possible. Having said that, though, I am also concerned. He it will bring out the racists.
Orators in history, though. People have to realize that Obama is literally one of the greatest public orators in human history, and that's what it's true. Like that's just the reality of the situation. She's good, but she's not.
No,
Obama.
she's not. There's some work that will have to be done. She's been behind the scenes all of this time. Haven't seen too much of her, and when she does come out, they keep trying to just give it that black agenda. You'll see her, like most recently, like I said, on the BET Awards. Like she goes into those spaces. She's always in the shade room doing something with the shade room, TikToks, those type of things. But to see her doing more kind of like a grind, have a more purposeful stuff. Not saying that the work that she's done to represent Black people is more purposeful, but that's the way that the Biden administration has been pushing her out for the Black token kind of thing, Black events, Black this, Black that. To see her do something outside of that and more universal for the people will be good. Now, don't get it twisted. We do need somebody to be representation for the folks, but I just want to see her more so in like something outside of the box that they've been placing her in, kind of thing. And then have
I
more
agree,
of a conversation.
Yeah, she's been really, I think that Biden has not utilized her well as vice president, especially given how old and like fragile he is. And now like that's changed recently, it seems like. But like he hasn't utilized her well. He, at the beginning, gave her immigration, which is an issue that nobody wants because it's very divisive, and Democrats currently are very right-wing, so you're going to piss off a lot of your base, but you're also going to piss off right-wingers because you can never be hardline enough. And so he gave her the worst. And so she hasn't really had the chance as vice president to shine. And I think that her being at the top gives her the opportunity to like change the narrative. And just a little bit that we've seen, I'm very biased right now, and I need to recalibrate just because like just seeing Kamala, it's like, oh my God, mommy, please save us. So that's part of it. But like, just see, like, you can already see that she has better instincts, I think, than Biden, at least when it comes to campaigning.
Well, yeah. I'll give her that.
Yeah. She also, like, the types of VPs she's floating, or at least that's reportedly being floated, like Andy Bashir. I think that's super savvy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. At this point, I feel like if it's Biden, we have no hope. If it's Kamala, we've got some hope. By the way, I just saw Brian, shout out to Brian, my mod. He just shared, he tagged me on this on Twitter. Breaking: former President Bill Clinton and his wife, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, are asking donors privately to not abandon and stick with Biden. So this is a good sign, in my opinion, because if Hillary is on board,
political instincts of a I don't even know, a paper towel. I don't even know.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing that, Brian. If Hillary is on board with Biden, then
can I tell you something though?
Can
I tell you something though? This might mark one of the first times, at least since 2015, that Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders are on the same side.
Oh, how the tables have turned.
Yeah, so initially, I understood why they'd want to stay, or why someone like Bernie or AOC wants to stay out of it, because I don't think it would have helped the momentum to get Biden out, because they're always seen as divisive figures. At this point, though, get on board. Like,
I mean, even if they stayed out of it, though, but they're not. There's even Ilhan Omar's out there talking. Like, what are they doing?
I don't know
Like,
what's in the water with these progressives.
It's one thing to be like, me getting involved or coming out against might actually hurt the outcome of Biden stepping down. So I'll just stay out. Or if I'm asked, I'll just say, as of right now, Biden won the primary and it seems like he'll be our nominee. Just stay out of it completely. Just like very neutral, but then they went ahead and like Bernie met with Biden and claimed he got all these like concessions on like progressive platforms. And it's like, what are you doing, man? You're tying Medicare for all and student loan debt and medical debt to a dying campaign? Like, why would
it doesn't make it makes no sense.
Yeah, Sean, what's your read on this too? I'm curious because you're the one who's more plugged in. Sorry, I didn't mean to get you, David.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so I also don't know what progressives are doing, because I do understand like standing out of it, because like you're the name of AOC causes liberals to go into a frenzy, or Bernie Sanders, like, socialism just like it's like sharks in the water. But like at a certain point, we've reached a tipping point where like everybody else is on board and you are now aligning yourself with like Hillary Clinton. And it just doesn't make sense to me to like tie yourself to that ship, which is very clearly a sinking ship. I mean, Biden is old. He's going to die at some point. I don't know if he's going to make it past
by the end of the
next term,
sentence,
even if he gets elected. So it does not make sense, even like from like playing politics wise, why you are being outwardly like, I support Joe Biden specifically in this campaign, and not, just playing like I don't know, whoever the nominee is, I will support and back them. It's very confusing to me as well. I'm right there with y'all.
Yeah.
I was going to say to the Kamala Harris discussion earlier, I'm not sure if someone mentioned this already, but like part of the reason why I think she would just do a hell of a lot better than Biden is because the issue right now with Biden is young people. Like this is the issue is lack of enthusiasm. Someone like, not even just Kamala Harris, I just think anybody else at this point like is exciting because it's late in the process. People do not want Joe Biden. They're mad at him for a variety of reasons, Gaza being a big piece of that. Kamala Harris, there's been reports, at least from behind the scenes, she has a different opinion on this stuff, is a little more sympathetic towards Palestinians. I'm not sure how much she would show that in a campaign this late, but I mean, she has very little power at this point when it comes to, I don't know. What the fuck does a VP even do?
It's useless.
I mean, all of those things still stand, but we can start talking about those other things. And unfortunately, I would love to talk about it in a real election outside of a shithole country like America. I would have those conversations, but here right now, it ain't the focus. It's really securing who we have. And if it's not Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, but securing that seat, come November, so that we don't go into a Trump nation. Like I could not imagine that. So then after she get her ass in there, then we can start to discussing things like, okay, man, Palestine, what we talking about? Like, cause I recall, we can start doing those things. We can start, holding them accountable. But
called
right
for a
now,
ceasefire.
Yeah, like
for 6 weeks.
For
6 weeks. So Kamala Harris thing, like, that was it. We demand a ceasefire.
And it's like, girl,
for 6 weeks.
Okay. But we will have that conversation after we secure the seat. Like we can start being able to, okay, girl, you got 4 years. Your ass is gone too. But this is what we have. We can work with it. But if we're not going to be able to work with anything, okay, we're not going to be able to work with anything once Hitler Jr. comes in, if that happens, God forbid.
As JD Vance called him, America's Hitler.
Yeah.
Yes.
Meanwhile, that's his,
the vice president.
I can't believe that. Did we talk about the assassination attempt? Yeah, probably did. Yeah,
we did not.
Not really.
No, we did.
And I can't believe that's a settled
old
thing now.
news.
Like we found. Yeah, it's old news. It didn't change the polling. Everyone was like, Trump just won the election. The lion has risen, and all this stuff.
Not only did it not change the polling, you would think that like when people were asked in a completely different type of poll what caused the issue, maybe they would say like a polarized country, or no, it was the vast majority of people, like 20-something% said they blamed the shooter, and then the second most, another 20% blamed Trump himself.
Are you serious?
Yes. And then in a distant third, like a whole like A whole like 10 or 12 points less
That's the best news
was
I've
like
heard all day.
Joe Biden and the Democrats' rhetoric. But 20% blame 20-something% blame the shooter, 20-something% blame Trump and his
He was a
rhetoric for his own
conservative
shooting.
from a Trump family. They were
was a
super
Republican.
GOP.
Yeah.
They were
He was a
Republican. They had Trump
Yo, all
posters on
this-
the walls.
All this time, Republicans have been warning about a civil war, and people have been mistakenly thinking an American civil war. But no, they meant an inter-party civil war. Republicans shooting at Republicans.
It really happened. That's the funny part
White on
about
white
it.
crime.
It really
It's white on
happened.
white crime. We got to start
They-
talking about it.
white
right?
on white crime. And there are so many. Where were you? Because I know where I was when I got it. I remember I was with my sister. I just did the Saturday morning show, Like It or Not, with Benjamin Dixon. And I left with my sister, and my cousin sent me something, and I saw my phone kept going off. I'm like, why is there so much action right now? I just thought, get those news stories out of the way. But then I was looking and it says somebody got shot, and I told my sister, girl, somebody got shot. But I didn't even see that it was. She's like, girl, it's okay. We're gonna get a seat.
I was like, that's got to be the most common news in America.
Can we get a seat for two, please? And then we went to go sit down. And then 20 minutes later, nobody in the restaurant, nobody in the air, nobody in the parking lot, nobody at Publix. There was no outrage. There was no fear. There was nothing stopping. People was just still living their lives. And then I finally, after 20 minutes, I'm like, oh, sit, girl. They said Trump got shot. They said Trump got shot. And she was just like, that's so crazy. She continued to drink her water. She was like, I'm gonna have calamari, please. And I said, girl, Trump. She's like, yeah, but they say he's fine. And so then looking at the video, I had to watch it a few times because I'm like, this is unreal. The people in the background, and see, I don't want to go conspiracy here. I don't know if we have a video to show, but I don't want to go conspiracy. I'm just going to say what I saw with my brown eyes. I said, people in the background weren't looking too afraid. They weren't shaken. You would think that in a time like that, they would start to clear out the people. They would stop the rally, those type of things. And then after it happened, the shooter was immediately killed by law enforcement.
They already had the sharpshooter already had their sights trained on him, so they were made aware of it. And this honestly comes down to police ineptitude in a lot of ways. There's so many moving pieces and so much happening, but at the end of the day,
we gotta switch. Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan's giving.
Hulk Hogan.
We gotta
racist ass Hulk Hogan. No.
Rewind it a little bit. We gotta catch it from the beginning. I gotta hear the whole. I gotta see the entrance.
Rebecca, my answer to your question
is probably
you're gonna love. I was at a gay party when I found out.
You were at a gay party.
I was at a gay party when I found out Trump was shot. It was so gay.
God, man.
It was so fabulously gay.
I know that was exciting.
The vibe was so intense. The energy was so crazy. It felt like maybe I was going to press that no-good, stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother.
What are they talking about? He's talking about Andre in WrestleMania 3?
Yeah, apparently.
I was in a room full of real Americans, brother.
I didn't even know Hulk Hogan got down like this.
At the end of the day, with our
he is hard R racist. Like if you listen to the leaked tapes of him, he is just fucking the biggest fucking racist. It's ridiculous.
At a time, brother.
He's still wearing that little bandage, whatever the hell.
All of them are now in solidarity.
You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and the Macho Man Randy Savage.
Don't you dare bring the Macho Man into this.
I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out.
The base is going to love Americans. That. None of these old people know who he is.
Even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States,
I heard it.
all the real Americans
Donald Dick Trump
nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years.
It's giving KKK.
So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again.
Keep struggling.
You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised.
Oh my God.
But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero?
Oh my God. What is he going to do?
He's going to rip his shirt, too. He's going to
rip the shirt.
He's doing it. It's happening. Oh, he's got another shirt underneath.
Was enough. And I said,
this is so cringe.
Oh my God, guys, this is really. What is happening? What is happening, guys?
America great again.
America, no one does it like you. I got to admit it.
Oh
I
my
cover
God.
world politics. I cover fucking elections around the globe, and no one does it like the U.S. does.
You see, I'm so embarrassed.
This season of America is outrageous. Oh my God.
I'm at a loss. He still got more?
To his credit, he brought the energy. Like this is exactly what he needs to do. We're doing it.
You know something, Trumpites?
No.
This is the first time Hogan's ever
come
put
here
someone
as
else
Hulk
over
Hogan,
them.
but I
This is
just had
history of the
to give you a
making.
little taste. You know,
This
my
is literally
name-
idiocracy.
my name is
That's
Terry
true.
And as an
Well, to be fair, the
entertainer-
wrestler became the president in that film.
And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent.
Last weekend when a Republican shot Trump. Okay.
Yeah.
What exactly is the
I'm here
controversy here?
tonight
Registered Republican
because I want the world to know
from a super
that
GOP
Donald
family.
Trump is a real American hero.
Disagree.
And I'm proud
Hard pass.
to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is
When y'all was
really
grabbing
tripping.
coochies together.
You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's going to win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins.
This is the one speech that Trump is actually paying attention to.
And like I said,
Wrestlers could
I've
cut a
known
promo.
that man
That's what it
for
comes down to. They
35
can talk.
years,
They
and
got
he's
that's
always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's
When?
always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again.
I don't know, guys. We can't have this. This is scary.
Honestly, the scariest footage I've seen so far is that one speech with the guy where they're all holding up the mass deportation signs. I was like, this is fucking
straight up
Nazi
Nazi
shit.
Yeah, that was
like,
not.
yeah.
Yeah, very
I've been in the ring
Nazi-like.
with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet.
Oh my god,
And
and
I've
did you see that
squared
this
off
whole
against
thing is a
lawyers.
fucking gay sex
yeah,
fuck fest? It crashed
Like
the
I
grinder
said,
servers.
body
The
slam
Right.
grinder
fans in the
servers
middle of the ring.
crashed. Like there
And I
are
know
so
tough
many
guys.
bigoted
But let me
homophobes
tell
there
you something,
fucking and
brother.
sucking each other right now.
Donald
It's just like it's
Trump
crashing
is
the
the
servers.
toughest
They
of
can't
them
handle the
all.
load.
What?
In multiple ways.
Yeah.
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 They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts.
That's crazy.
You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world.
What fucking world
But
were
then
you living
we
in?
lost it all in a blink of an
Delusional.
eye. Crime is out of control.
White people.
It's down.
The world
Crime
of
is
white-
down.
White people.
The price of food and gas.
They could just
and
make shit up.
housing
It doesn't
is out
even
of
matter.
control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump.
Completely insane.
Yeah,
The cheeseheads.
You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too.
Nazi life. Poor child.
This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done.
White
Tiny
only.
hula maniacs. You see the closed caption? That was funny.
So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother.
Jesus, he looks so drunk.
What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother?
It sounded like he wanted to say something else.
Yeah.
Well, he said it before. That's what ended his what ruined his whole career.
I remember.
That's why he's doing.
It's coming
That's
back
why
to
he's
me.
able to do this. That's why he's
Yeah.
able to do this. That's why Gawker no longer exists. He
Yeah, that's
sued
such
them
a
over
fucked
this.
up story.
Oh,
He sued.
Such a victory for Peter Thiel.
Right. Thanks to Peter Thiel's money, who backed the lawsuit. He sued Gawker over the sex tape, but the real thing was he didn't really care about the sex tape. The sex tape was the cover to try to stop his racist tirade tape that was part of the sex tape release. Like Gawker originally just released a portion that showed him having sex with one of his best friend's wives. And
it was consensual.
there was
It was a cucking situation.
Yes. And then there was another part of that tape where he goes on a racist rant because his daughter at
having
the
sex
time
with black guys.
was dating a black guy, yeah. And he drops the N-word and he just totally
so many times. It's
right.
like-
Jesus.
And so
unsurprising, though.
that was the real reason why they sued. He wanted to sue Gawker to stop that, but it came out anyway. Gawker didn't even release that one. That one just leaked out on its own. But yeah, like the dude has made appearances with the WWE since, but in no capacity like he used to. Like he definitely lost a lot from that tape, and obviously good. He should have lost even more. But I didn't like the guy, and I say this, as a wrestling fan, might shock people. I didn't like Hulk Hogan, but I didn't like the guy going back to the mid 2000s where when his family had that reality show, it was clearly going to his kid's head, and his son was constantly getting in trouble for like speeding, if I recall. And he was like doing street racing, and he got into this horrible crash with one of his friends in the passenger seat, and his like friend became brain dead from the accident. And it was because Hulk Hogan's son was speeding. That was the cause of the accident. Wow. And Hulk Hogan's son was fine. And then Hulk Hogan, when like doing like an interview for this, his explanation to defend his son was basically just, this is God's plan. It was God's plan that his friend got a hole in his head.
Wow.
Like that was his, yeah. Like guy's a scumbag. Guy's an asshole. And so this
They're
is
all
not
saying that about the
surprising to me.
Trump like assassination. They're all saying it was divine. Did you hear MTG being like, "Y'all, we saw like an angel form out of the American flag, and that's how we know Jesus was there protecting Trump." And I was
Wow,
like,
that's really good, Lance.
Why didn't God protect the firefighter though? Like that's what I don't understand.
Yeah,
About people who say
go in
this.
front of his children to stop
Yeah.
the bullet. Like the most heroic thing you can possibly think of. The thing
Show
that everyone like
people.
wants to say they can do. You know, like
Yeah.
would do.
It's
And,
so
and then I think the firefighter's wife said that Joe Biden called and checked in at that time. I don't know if Trump has since reached out to the family and gave condolences or whatever, but at that specific time, she said she didn't hear anything from Donald Trump yet. Mind you,
I mean, Trump's not going to the funeral anymore either. Is what I saw. on
Oh
Twitter.
right. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's so fucked up.
Because the wife then
They
said, I haven't
don't
heard
care.
from Trump. Trump was like,
Yeah.
bet you ain't gonna see me either. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
By the way, I don't know if you all want dessert when it comes to Hulk Hogan, but there's this.
The fuck is this?
What is this?
Him doing a Snooki impersonation.
Oh no.
Oh, woey me, Snooky. I can't believe another day of GTL. Jim, tan laundry. Oh, God.
My eyes are bleeding.
I came back to the show.
What was this for? This must.
Is this SNL?
I don't even know. I don't even know what was going on here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sure, I'm just drunk all the
Ooh,
time.
tomatoes.
Yeah. Nothing but meatball problems. Everywhere I
so
go,
red.
it's meatball this, meatball that. Yo,
very
Adrian,
blind.
yo,
Hogan
meatball.
Hogan is
Under
known
it
in
says
the
here,
wrestling
oh, no,
industry
I'm
for being a
Snooki
liar,
meatball
by the way.
problems.
So the fact
Oh,
that
really?
he would
Yeah.
endorse
Gosh,
Trump is just an
you know,
extra. The dude
this
lies
girl's
about
asking too
everything. He
much.
makes up.
All I want is
But
a
we don't need to hear
tan
any more of this. But put
Yeah,
down.
this is
put
enough
down-
of this.
he
I was like, why are
lies
we
about
watching?
everything. He constantly in interviews lies about pro wrestling history, about his role in pro wrestling history, what actually happened at events. Like there are complete holes in like what has happened in like backstage at like classic wrestling events because no one can trust what this guy says. There was a time when he was claiming that him body slamming Andre the Giant caused Andre the Giant to have a heart attack and die in the middle of the ring. Andre the Giant had another like 6 or 7 years in the industry, went on to be a Hollywood actor. Like he just is a liar. He lies and lies to make himself
That's why
sound,
he's on with Trump. He's literally campaigning with Trump. He's out there speaking to what he calls him, and right now on Twitter, people are hashtagging changing their profiles to Trumpites 2024. We're gonna see that all over the place. But liars are gonna connect. But they say birds of a feather flock together. All of that. This man cares more about his appearance, his ear, he's still walking. People died, right? People died. Somebody died. And here we are. Like that day never
Protecting
happened.
his kids.
Right.
Saving his kids'
Protecting his kids.
lives from a
But
bullet
why
that
no
would've
kid
killed
was
them.
over there at a Nazi rally anyway? Now, here's my thing. Donald Trump, there was an alleged back in my little day, this would be news every hour on the hour. We would be covering this. This would be big. They would have shut down schools. They would have we would have seen more police presence. A lot of places they ain't got nothing to do with over there, but just to make sure like everybody's home or locked down. Come on, like y'all, even no matter how Fox or even CNN or whoever tries to spin it, or mainstream media will try to spin it or make it a thing, there's nothing there. Now, what I really think they should do is investigate it, because it's given real. This is my, feelings and mine alone. It's giving real setup from his side, because they wanted for us to look at the shooter, empathize that he was bullied, and then random videos from like him being bullied. How are these all available, right? Just right after. Sometimes you got to do a little digging, but these things were all available. Everything was just, and then y'all, when they were trying to cover him up, it didn't even give let's try, I've seen Secret Service. I've seen bouncers at the club quicker than that. And
it's because he had content brain. He's got more content brain than any of us. He immediately was thinking of the shot. He's like, no, the photo op.
He's like, no, wait. We heard him say that so that he can have that shot and it go down in history. He wanted
FaceTime magazine,
that moment of a president almost being assassinated, but I made it through. Like, what the hell? Like, it was such. He was on brand.
Timelines. Did you see the video that shows mathematically that him turning his face like this, let the bullet scrape the skin of his cheek? I was like, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding
But all
me?"
we got is here. We're here. There's no scarring here, but just a little nick on the ear, and he's carrying around like a freaking a pad on his ear. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. So like. It's just, y'all, we're not taking this like that's a serious thing. And in my opinion, I believe that it's alleged and it should be investigated. I feel like there are people that were a part of it, but he ain't never gonna get in trouble for it. Once we find out the truth.
The shooter. Like I don't know if you all saw that, but they were doing the thing they do to all white shooters. They were talking about his childhood. He was a great kid, showing smiling photos, like all that. I was like, oh my god, they're doing that to the Trump shooter right now.
Yeah, he was bullied.
Yeah,
and we know that about him.
He was a loser. Like, what was his face? Sam Cedar put it really well. It looked like someone who was a conservative and a registered Republican who wanted suicide by cop and wanted to go out. Like, he had pictures of a whole bunch of different possible targets.
Yeah.
And like, it was just Trump came to town. This is what I can do. Extremely depressed, extremely sad, and I'm going to try and.
There was no fear. I'm looking at a man back in the day. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe at this rally, nobody's scared of people with guns, whatever. But there's a video. They're sitting there and they're like, there's a man like very.
I know scaling the
there's a man on the roof. They're like, can we go get the police? Go get the police officer. There's a man on the roof. There's a man. He's on the roof. He's on the roof. Do you see him? He's on the what? They're just staring at him. Man, looking for a good aim. What are we talking?
Yeah, that's wild to me. This is like. This kind of goes back to
cops are bad at their job.
When we were all saying, "Hey, cops are fucking incompetent." Now, this is like another example of just how incompetent they are. When you have so many people saying, "Hey, there's this guy. He's got a gun. He's going. What are we doing? Like, why does it take so long?" It absolutely was a failure.
Maybe they saw, oh, he's a white guy, he's fine. Like they probably just like racially profiled him and it's like, oh, he's not gonna hurt Trump. Like,
well,
look at this
the fact that the shooter was trained on him, I think it's one of those things where people don't realize that there's so much room for human error. Like, you're getting a phone call basically like, hey, I've got my sights on the guy. We're not entirely sure if he's got a gun, but he could have a camera. Like, you don't know at that moment until you're certain, right? But you're deciding whether or not you're gonna kill someone. You're gonna shoot someone, and that could cause chaos and cause a lot of people who might have guns, because a lot of people are armed in America, in Milwaukee. Right. They could all start shooting each other, right? So it's like at that moment where it's like, hey, by the way, I have the shot. It looks like he's got a gun. I'm not totally sure. What do I do? Do I have the kill shot? Am I allowed to take it? As soon as he starts firing, it's just like boom, shot, kills him. Right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, I felt like if people are saying, and they were just so calm, other people were on the other side still listening. Donald Trump, there was just so much weirdness because I'm like. People at a place seeing somebody in America, 2024, somebody on the roof with a gun, we going crazy. Like, it's just gonna be it's gonna be hysteria.
Normal.
Like,
but
honestly, to be fair, a white guy with a gun. A white guy with a gun.
Right.
Yeah. If you go out enough in public, seeing people open carry isn't necessarily that out of the norm. At
a presidential campaign,
that's so weird. We don't have that in Canada. That's so weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I saw someone
just like
gun in public,
I
would have to fast walk myself away from that motherfucker.
That's what I'm saying. But
like, I'll go to a family event. My brother's just like, "Hey, you see this new gun I got?" I'm like, "Oh shit!" He takes out the clip to hand it to me. I'm like, "Oh shit!" Like, it's just kind of normalized. Like,
I don't think I've seen a real gun. I guess maybe in a cop's holster, but apart from that, I've never seen like a
cop's
gun,
holsters. Yeah, for sure.
Like in real life.
You've never fired guns in Canada? I've fired my friends' guns, like legal rifles that you own with a gun license, and for sure.
No.
Guns.
Fired guns, but I've never just seen someone openly flexing like a handgun and shit in public.
Oh yeah, I see that all the time.
America literally has a gun issue. We have a gun problem. We have mass shootings everywhere. You're at where the former president is speaking and somebody has a gun and you're telling me y'all just like, dang, somebody got a gun on the roof.
But isn't that their own thing happening to them? Like
it is.
That the Democrats want and put on assault rifles made mass shootings drop in America. And when that expired in 2004, I think they skyrocketed. They went up like over 200%. So there's a clear indicator that if you restrict AR-15 style assault rifles, you can lower the amount of this violence. These are weapons that are designed for mass.
But they're not talking about that. They didn't even mention that. There was no conversation at all surrounding. It was just about the little nick on Donald Trump's ear. Like, let's be serious. Like, that is it. Y'all, I'm not getting it. The picture bothered me because in the world that I live in, that, it's scary. Like, we're here, we're at around any of us. This shooter could have went freaking haywire and started shooting everybody, going crazy before he got shot down, whatever. But just them seeing that and it wasn't that problematic for them. And after it was over, they still stayed in place. and continue to it. That is absolutely what the what was I watching? Because
I feel like you're into the conspiracy theory of it all.
I
I
am.
feel
No,
like
I am, because in the world that I live in, especially being Black, like I'm just like that whole mass shooting thing. Don't say, like it gave. That's what it could have been. Those people, if it was that, like it's a man with a damn gun. I know it's Republicans. I don't like them either. All of that, but in a real world, the fear would have been there. The conversations would have been had. We would have talked about how serious this is, and then we would have talked about the mass shootings that have happened and how there was an uptick in, like, we would have had those conversations, but we're not. That's scary to me.
I think there's just a lot going on this week because it's there's
The
the
former
Biden stuff
president of the
going
United
on.
States
There's the
got
RNC going on. It's just like
RFK
this is like
Jr.,
this is just
secret
this is
phone
just
call
another
leaks,
mass
brain
shooting.
worms,
There's so many
eating
mass
dogs.
shootings. There's this.
Right.
I mean, I guess this doesn't really apply because one person was killed. I guess what a mass shooting is like 4 people.
Yeah,
killed.
but the
people
former
were seriously
president
injured
was
as well.
shot, right? And
Yes.
it would have been like, you would think there would be more to it, or the conversations. Of course, they're gonna make sure they focus on, Donald Trump and the shooter being bullied, but not, wow, we need to start talking. Because if now isn't a good time to start talking gun control, like it's one of your
Because
own.
I think a large part of it is that messaging should come from the Democrats, and the reason they didn't is that they felt like somehow the rhetoric has been turned up too much. I shouldn't have called Trump a rapist earlier that day. And you saw them all freak out about that, and that pissed the fuck off for me, because I was like, the violent rhetoric is coming from the right. This is where it's coming from. Libs of TikTok. It's literally her fucking job to make like trans kids' lives scarier, to put targets on the back of gay people. Like, that's what she does for a fucking living. That's her work. That's her 9 to 5. The right wingers are the ones who are like, you're a groomer, you're a pedophile, you're a groomer, shoot your local groomer, shoot your local pedophile, shoot your local, like, that's
In my video on this, like it's part of the culture. They have there's like multiple. I saw multiple versions of this where pickup trucks. There's like a decal you could put on the back of your pickup truck where it looks like there's Joe Biden in the back. He's like all tied up, and there's like, it's not just like one. There's multiple versions of the same thing. It's like I don't. Maybe an example of that with Trump exists. I haven't seen it. It's definitely not like a cultural thing like it is for the right. Like, this is part of their culture, is like tying up Democrats and putting them in jail or murdering them. Like, that's just part of their.
They tried to do it to Mike Pence. Like, if he portrays a king, they'll come for you. Like,
and he's Republican.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, he was the whole vice president.
Yeah.
By the way,
so they switch out the first 2 letters, Vance or Pence.
Yeah, did you see Alejandra? She tweeted out that this is the first trans administration because they traded the PE for the VA.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
I didn't even think about that. It was brilliant. Yeah. By the way, so Trump is supposed to go on in 7 minutes. It's supposed to be 90 minutes.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm not sitting here for that whole fucking thing.
Yeah, I don't think I can watch the whole thing, but I do want to share
for it. Like,
yeah, we'll watch some of it for sure. I have to share
will be
this
here
with
for
you.
sure. The rest of us, I'm not sure. He'll be here all night. So.
Yeah, this is what
I'm already conserving my energy to be.
We know. We know. It's 3 in the morning.
Look at that. Grinder outages. They're blowing it up over there.
So sad and hilarious at the same time that so many people are like, I got the weekend away from the wife. I am just going to drown in man cum. There's going to be man trains. It's going to be fucking unreal. Like that's what happens. And then it's just like, but then they go back to being bigots and homophobes. It fucking sucks. Like, what the fuck?
Hypocrites. Yeah. That's what they are. And that's what they.
Yeah, they are.
And I mean, this whole thing is just hypocritical. This whole thing, I don't like it. I don't like that Donald Trump is making a mockery of an assassination attempt and just doing it for stardom. I don't like it. I don't like how it's now entertainment. I don't like that we are desensitized to something like that. Because if it, God forbid, something like that happens again, or it's just not right. I don't like the temperature of the United States right now. I don't like it. And how everything is a game. This is our lives he's playing with. And Republicans should see it that way as well. Because what if that whole charade could have gone wrong? Somebody else would have pulled out their gun or whatever. Like you were saying earlier, it could have been a whole thing. And here we are. People are... this really bothers me. Because it's scary because this is what could be our leadership in a few months. And if we don't take this serious, like this whole damn setup, because again, that's my views only, but this whole setup that he did the other day, I just feel like if we're not looking at that and y'all still trying to be like, I'm gonna vote for Trump because Biden too old. Did you not see this mess? Did you not see that? The show that he just put on just so he can get more numbers and ain't nothing happened. So it's like we need somebody serious, not somebody who's trying to be in the history books, going out as somebody who survived an assassination attempt because he's Donald Trump. And, they were going after him because they know he's going to make America great again. And they were stopping him from bettering America. Like it wasn't that. And I just
don't get how people can get past the fact that he still denies that he lost the election. Like just that alone should be all forget everything else. Forget all the
stuff too. That one.
Forget all the criminal
obsessed with the Epstein files.
Yeah,
on the right.
I mean, they're not going to care about that.
He's all over them.
The hypocrisy is clear on that. But just like how anybody ever, like at all, could just be like, he clearly lost the election. I think even his supporters, I think most of them know this, and he's still denying it.
Behind the scenes, they know it too.
That is just amazing to me that he's even allowed to run again, like let alone that he has this much support.
Yes.
Very weird times we're living in.
And then
it always feels surreal still, even though we've been in the Trump era now for 8 years, it still feels very surreal.
And the immunity and all those things that he's putting in place. So for the mess that he's going to continue to do, because this probably won't be the last. We're probably going to see more as the days go by. It's hilarious.
The SCOTUS ruling that basically gives him the God King powers. That's like that to me. And then hearing people like Rachel Maddow be like, so apparently he has the power of a king, and the only thing that you can do is just vote for a Democrat forever. And like that's not a realistic solution to this problem at all. Like, what?
I feel like the one.
What did you guys think? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say one thing that I'm looking forward to if the Trump era ever comes to an end is hopefully liberals being more normal again. Like, I know that's a lot to ask, but I just feel like over these past couple of weeks, especially with the Biden stuff, liberals have been like, they've been on something, and it's worrying. Like, the cult shit that we're seeing is so worrying. Sean has tweeted a lot about this too, but it's just like, I'm genuinely worried that we're like on the cusp of like another political cult forming, especially after these last couple of weeks. It could be just mostly online, but
Trumpites. This is a new breed. They're gonna be coming out like it's worse, right? Now they got a new name. They're gonna be like, new name, who this? They're gonna go harder and it sucks because even in I was gonna mention that even in mainstream media, places that we go to for the conversations about, I mean, we didn't even have much when the event happened. The assassination attempt allegedly happened, and so we didn't have much then. Now they took away, like I think it was on MSNBC, they took away what Joe and
Morning Joe.
Yes. And right. So and they took away that have them, and then later because their excuse was that because they came on, I think, the following day and talked about it. But their excuse, the network's excuse, was that they were going to focus on having just the full day coverage about the assassination attempt. But they ended up hearing or seeing that, dang, where's Morning Joe? Where they at? What's going on? What's going on? And then they ended up putting the other people back in place, allegedly. That's what they said. But even knowing that, who is better to have these type of conversations? They need those people to have these type of conversations.
Well,
and
they were afraid. They were afraid because, again, I don't like to give them credit, but this is true. They tend to have more real conversation. Like the network was afraid that someone on Morning Joe was going to say something that would be construed as offensive. Like maybe they would bring up the fact that Republicans are the ones that are, leading in terms of the violent rhetoric and that kind of thing. And NBC wanted to stay away from any controversy in the wake of the attempt on his life. So
we have to start.
That's why they didn't have
facts, and that's what sucks because it's like I know it sounds biased, but it's a fact. So if we're having factual conversations, I don't know how that should. We have to have those conversations because we're talking about a possible president of the United States, right? So the next president of the United States possibly, and we got to start having these conversations because who was the shooter? Like, what did they identify as? What those? Because usually another time that would have been the first. That would have been the first.
They had those conversations later. It was, I guess, again, this is executive brain, right? Executive brain is stay away from controversy. We don't want anything too controversial. We don't want to, so that's just pure executive brain. So they wanted to avoid that as much as possible. And then the next day, those conversations, everyone was having the conversations, like, obviously.
Yeah.
But it was just like, give it some time before you get honest with what is actually going on.
I think a big problem that we ran into is that the Democrats themselves also didn't want to have those conversations immediately after the shooting. When you had the Democrats pulling all like attack ads or offensive ads on Trump specifically, and then like being like, we don't want to contribute to the rhetoric, and then Biden on Lester Holt kind of pushed back on this a little bit. Thankfully, one of the good things that Biden did in an interview, where he was like, it was like actually, the Republicans' rhetoric that stokes this violence. It's not. The Democrats leading that, divisive nature of politics in America. But Democrats holistically have kind of shied away because they don't want to be seen as like, oh, are we contributing to the actual divisive climate in America by calling Trump a fascist, even though he is a fascist?
It's
so
because
that's like,
Democrats are so susceptible to right-wing critique. Like they will shit on the left all fucking day. But if the right is criticizing them, they will list, what are you saying about us? Like they will react
we
immediately
need to reach across
to
the
what
aisle.
the right says about them.
What do you need, Mitch McConnell? How can we help you out?
They're so afraid.
I'll never forgive that whole like Obama was trying to pass Obamacare and decided like, I want to make sure that like people on both sides have their voices heard. So I'm going to reach out to Mitch McConnell. And I was like, they don't want to play nice. They don't feel like playing nice. Same thing with like, Biden right now, where he's like, I'm going to be worse on the border than Trump would be. You have to agree with me. No, they just hate you. It doesn't matter if you're being racist or shitty. Like they're not going to be like, oh shit, a racist and shitty olive branch, Yeah. Like,
Yeah. By the way, Sean, I'm curious about the art behind you. It looks really cool, but I can't quite make out what it is.
oh yeah,
Go.
the cookies. That's Trunks from Dragon Ball. Trunks. And that's
okay.
Pokemon.
Oh,
It's,
nice.
I can see like the back
It
of the
looks
card.
so good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sweet.
Yeah, I love that.
Appreciate it.
Where'd you get that from?
I have no idea. I'm gonna be entirely real.
it
like
just manifested
years ago.
I love it.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
By the way, the whole time Eric Trump has been speaking, and I just have not played it because it's Eric Trump.
Yeah.
Does anybody care what Eric Trump have to say, really?
No.
Yeah.
No.
You want to jump in for a second? It's probably near the end. I don't know.
I mean,
He
we
did
watched
say
Hogan.
he's going to choose
True.
Vivek Ramaswamy in 2032 as his running mate. He said that. I don't know if he was just saying it in jest, but it's like, oh, please. I want to be done with the Trumps and the Bushes and the Clintons. Like, please stop.
Sean, they asked who's the Pokemon in the picture.
Blastoise. So it has like Squirtle, Wartortle, and Blastoise in the middle.
Oh, okay. You can kind of see. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to.
Yeah, it's hard to make it out, but now that you mention it, yeah, it looks so good. I love it.
Thank you.
Let's just hear him for a second. Just so we remind
He's not as
ourselves.
funny
how
as Donald Jr.
terrible
though.
he is.
He's never like
Oh, he's not funny. He's just really
out
whiny and
and
annoying.
just like loaded on cocaine. It's like
He needs to have a drug problem.
He's a great man.
If you stood up, you wiped the blood off your face.
Oh, please,
and you
guys.
put your fist in the air.
He's
in
looking
a
a
moment that
little-
will be
a little skinny,
remembered as
too.
one of the most
A lot of Ozempic
courageous
going around.
acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!"
I think every other speech has described that scene.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
This is their go-to
Because
thing.
it was a setup.
I don't agree that it was a setup.
I don't
No, it
think-
wasn't a
No,
setup.
it wasn't a setup.
No.
Come on, like,
I don't agree.
no. Let's we're not conspiratorial here. That's ridiculous. It wasn't a setup. Set up by who? For what purpose?
Them. It wasn't
Who's
even
them?
I'm telling you, watch. Look.
This
You'll
is some
see.
QAnon shit here. No, this is not.
You'll see.
Next week, Rebecca's going to come after the breaking story about it being a hoax.
Okay.
And Rebecca's like, I told you,
I'm gonna be like, I
motherfuckers.
done told y'all.
Oh my god.
No, I don't think it's
You're
a
too deep in the
conspiracy.
YouTube comments, I think.
Yeah,
Rebecca's about to roll out like the huge whiteboard with like black rock up top. Pointing down.
I'm about to devote my life to this. Okay.
Rebecca could flip all of us and convince us if she did that. Honestly, like the one person that can convince us. Yeah,
spongy.
She can connect the dots for us.
I would take this and
I'm
replay
ready.
it. I'm like, I remember when my own went against me and hit God.
I was the only one. I'm the only one who knew.
Then Rebecca
The
will have
truth
like
teller.
so much, like you could say anything, any crazy shit. Like, well, Rebecca said it, so
Right. Well, Rebecca did say that, and she said it. She said it. And remember, I'm Haitian too, so it's tingling. My ancestors.
Also,
are tingling a little bit.
what is the meaning behind like the conservatives love this because, and honestly, I think it's sort of not just conservatives, but people of a certain personality type. Also, I think people of a certain age love drama because their own life is boring. So the idea of fighting is like, oh, you see these little grandmas in the crowd going, fight. What the fuck are you gonna do? But
it's just
like
sports. It's sports.
But like,
It's
what
watching
is
your
what
favorite
is
soccer team and thinking you're the one playing, and you're the one getting the goals. Or
But
something like that.
but like a soccer game, it's like it's a sport. It's a team that represents your city. There's players that you like. You go to see the events. It's fun. It's not.
This sounds
like
like the Republican Party base.
Yeah, I was like, when
is that
but
what
it's
you're
not
describing
going to be the RNC.
But also, whatever happens in the sport, it has no bearing on your life. It's purely entertainment. It's purely for fun. Like this is people who are living out like these dreams of them being like someone they are not. Like, but on top of that, like the point I really want to, that's a side point. The point I really want to make though is fight. Like he said that, I'm assuming when he assumed as the shooting was occurring that it was some like Antifa leftist coming after
they
him.
went so fast with that.
But now that we
Marxist,
know,
Antifa member, Muslim,
but now that
like,
but now that we know it was a gun loving registered Republican who is a regular watcher of YouTube gun channels.
Conservative.
He
Demolition
even went
Ranch, yeah.
like people are gonna pull the whole anyone can register whatever they want. There's people who aren't conservatives who like guns. That YouTube channel. Listen, that kid was wearing a shirt from that YouTube channel with the American flag all over it. You find me one leftist who would dare soil their body with an American flag apparel. It does not happen. I would never be caught dead wearing an American flag on me.
Because we give not
so lame. So lame.
Yeah, it does.
So
It's
lame.
just the same with the Canadian flag now. It just gives colonization vibes. It's just like,
I'm not even saying like, I'm gonna burn the flag. I want to wear the flag. That's so cool. That's tacky. That's as tacky as having a gold-plated toilet bowl in your New York City high-rise tower. It is super tacky, and we know the only people who wear American flag apparel like that are die-in-the-wool conservatives. I'm sorry, I've never seen anyone else wear an American flag apparel like that. It just does not happen. The guy was a conservative. The most likely scenario at this point, like we were talking about earlier, is you have a depressed 20-year-old who's somewhat politically active and has decided, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go out with a fucking bang. People are going to remember my name. And he looked up, we know he looked up Biden, Trump, and even other politicians, not just presidential candidates. And Trump just happened to be the one closest to him, the one who was having an event just 50 miles down the road. I mean, who knows what he thought when he was like, oh, well, what how ironic, I'm going to go after Trump. Like, who knows what he thought? Like, but the point of the matter is, it's very clear it seems like it was the real purpose was death by cop, suicide by cop, with the added bonus of him hoping he would be in the history books for some reason or another.
Which he will be.
If you think about it, this a concerning thing to think of that I haven't really seen. I've seen people talk about, but it's not really been a too much of a discussion point. Is like, we've become so used to school shootings that perhaps school shooters. This guy, he aged out just barely. He graduated from college 2 years ago.
COVID happened during his formative years as well.
Yeah. What if there's a whole new breed of people in that mindset, as scary as this sounds?
It sounds
just like, who is just like, school
it's true.
shootings don't do it for me. They're too common in America. I'm just gonna be just another school shooter. No, I'm gonna do something different.
Yeah.
Like, this is a new thing I think we have to think about. School shootings are so common in the United States that people who used to be in that mindset of I'm going to go out doing this are now saying, hey, it's not going to get me enough attention. I have to do something even bigger.
My name won't be remembered. You're
it's
totally
scary.
right.
It's scary. And that's what you see. This is the conversation that should be had. We need to, like, if that was I would think that these would be the talking points and the conversations and the think pieces that would be coming out, but
no, it's all about turn down the temperature, Democrats. You're too aggressive.
And
How
then
dare you?
you
How
know,
dare you
and
use
then
this
fight.
hardcore language?
Donald Trump is
I know. On the other
fight.
side is literally saying fight. They're the ones saying trial by combat. They're the ones saying shoot your local pedophile. They're the ones fucking
rallying, like calling their little
consistently,
future Nazis Trumpites. Nobody
Yep.
hear them say in the rally about the person that was killed, and these type of things. Like it's
Trump himself joked about Second Amendment people assassinating Hillary Clinton. Like that's what he did back in 2016. After Paul Pelosi was bludgeoned with a hammer, he was like joking about it, saying,
Yes.
"Oh, where's Paul Pelosi right now?"
Oh my god, that was so frustrating. They would have been calling the bullet a dildo if this assassination attempt had happened on Joe Biden. Like, I know that for a fact because they were doing that to fucking Paul Pelosi. They're like, yeah, he's gay, hammer, gay shit. They were having sex, it's a gay prostitute. I was like, oh my god, the dude tried to crack his skull in. I hate Nancy Pelosi, but that's fucked. That's objectively fucked that a dude was standing there with a fucking hammer trying to kill him. Like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
Even Trump supporters themselves online. When I, was covering that whole time when Trump first got into office with Ben, they would either call in, leave voicemails, things about killing me, finding out where I live, those raping me, like that type of stuff. They were telling people this. So it's like it's scary what those people can do and what they have done in the past under Donald Trump. As soon as he became president, what they've done even when he lost the election 2020, what we've seen, what they can do and be and get away with. It's scary. So this new breed of people that believe that Donald Trump is a savior, like he didn't die because he's supposed to be here, they are going to go even harder in the cult.
It really plays into the deification cult thing, which is super worrying. I agree.
I mean, Trump is literally the only guy who, for a Republican, could have went after everything was going on in that stage. He literally goes, "Can I just go get my shoes?" If a Democrat did that,
I need my shoes. And then he got content brain.
Barely been a discussion about that.
We heard more. We heard more about Barack Obama's tan suit in the news cycle. Than we did this whole conversation. We hear more in the news cycle about how strong Donald Trump was when he turned around to say fight when that was really a photo op. You see what I'm saying? And we're not talking about the gun issue. We're not talking about the people that were in danger. We're not talking about the person that died.
They don't care about that guy at all. It's amazing.
No, they're not even going to visit him.
That guy at all.
That was a Trump supporter. That's a registered Trump voter.
Was it the Washington Post, New York Times? I forgot who, but the report where they talked to the wife and she said how Biden called her immediately after, but he didn't. But she wouldn't take the call out of respect for her husband. Because he's a hardcore Trump supporter, but then she also says that Trump never called. I mean, they don't care about their own people. They keep talking about how like you mentioned, God showed up and saved Trump. What about the guy with his wife and kid in the audience?
Mysterious ways.
It's just so devaluing of other human life, where it's like, no. God doesn't care about that guy. He only cares about Trump. I would feel so mad if people were saying that. Like, it just, what about this person? Like,
Oh,
it doesn't matter
yeah,
who the
but
politician is.
Let
It's
me
like,
tell you, I'd be so mad if a family member died at a Trump rally to begin with. What a waste! It happened like 5
Same.
minutes. Come on, man.
They don't even. No one is talking about that, and that is on. Like, they should be having those conversations and how there was a gun present and how did that happen? You know, like those are the conversations. Like, they're not talking about that. But again, like I said. Barack Obama wore a tan suit, and we heard that every 5 seconds. They want to glorify Donald Trump so much so to be the king, right? The Jesus factor, almost like, you know, he was called to. He is called for such a time as this. And a lot of churches, we know, this weekend they ramped it up. They're gonna ramp it up. I know they probably started their sermons with fight, but pure silence, and probably started each sermon with fight, and just gearing up for what we're going to see if this man wins. It's going to be scary. It's going to be, it's just, I don't.
On a lighter note though, if they want to make fight their mantra, it would be genuinely funny if they stole the fight song from Hillary Clinton and they started playing that at their rallies.
They could have it. They could have
it.
Please,
Right?
Please take it.
Would that not be amazing? Like, Hillary would be seething. And I just think about, politics in terms of like how Hillary will interpret it. Like, how, if Kamala's the nominee, how will Hillary react to that? She'd be mad and jealous. How will she react if Trump takes her fight song?
50 Cent performed at the
I saw
RNC?
that. Yeah.
And they didn't even.
I think he performed at the RNC. Did he? He performed.
He had a
at
show.
like
He had a show, and he put like Trump like on his.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Okay,
and changed some of the words, and it was like, really, this is where we're at with it. This is where we're at with it. Same person that said he would never be like, oh, people, you know, Trump is paying lots of people, you know, to do this and that. And I would never do that. And here you are doing just that.
Class solidarity every time.
And then
he
changed
did that in 2016 as well, though. So in 2016,
oh, did he?
Yeah, he did. He supported Trump because of Trump's tax plan. And he said that.
Right.
He said that because his taxes were going to be like, I don't know, he said 52%. That was incorrect. He said it because his taxes would be 52%. He's like, I can't support you know, Joe Biden. I need to support you know, Donald Trump instead. So he's been like very much class solidarity, like on lines of like protecting his money, supporting Trump. But like socially being like, I don't know, you know, Donald Trump is like, you know, bad for black people, so I can't like be publicly for him. But he's always been like, you know,
maybe he was real public. He changed a song that had a word, the A, H, sometimes, however you want to spell it. But then, you know, he had.
Oh, wait, hold on. We got Brock on stage. Do we want to pull this up?
We probably can't play the song if it's a real song.
Oh, he's just doing a song.
It looks like it.
Let's
I'm seeing musical notes.
Oh, here we go. Fight.
What's with the fist?
Yeah, put your fist in the air.
That's new. They're taking our good fist and using it.
That's a song.
I'm sick.
Is this the child?
Is he gonna play American Badass? I think that's
Fidget.
American
Fight.
Badass feels like it's gonna
Look,
be
they
a-
say exactly. That's it.
He's singing, "This is my
Give it a
fight
second.
song."
Am I wrong or right?
Yeah, it sounds like a real song.
Somebody scream, fight. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, let's just do
He's
the
doing
lyrics
it.
over
He's
what
doing
he's saying.
American Badass. He's doing American Badass.
No, he's 100. I agree with Mike. He's 100% covering fucking.
This is my fight song.
Yeah.
I forget the rest of the words. Is there more words to that song?
I only know the fight song and something song.
It's giving white people. Sorry, white people. It's giving white people.
Oh no. Hey, hashtag not all white people.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Why is my body moving like this? What's happening? Oh my god.
Oh. Don't that spirit overtake you, David. It's not a good one.
To be fair, like everyone in this crowd would find mayo too spicy.
And that's sad.
It's so true.
We don't have to see him dance if you don't want to. I don't know.
It's honestly making me disassociate.
It looks like he's in hell.
Oh.
like Ben Shapiro.
Well, Kid Rock's got no
like
Kid Rock has no like standing for anything. Like, remember when he shot that video of him shooting up the Budweiser cans?
Oh, I
and
know.
like a few weeks later, and then a few weeks later, he was caught just drinking Budweiser at a party or something. Like, you don't care. He don't care.
Drinking gay juice. He drank gay juice.
Yep. You might be drinking more gay juice based on the Grindr
What's in his
stats.
pocket?
This is a guy who talked about in one of his songs going after underage girls. I mean, this guy is
true. True. He's got some pretty Drake ass lyrics.
Look at them.
God! Oh, that scene! Oh my God! I can't. White people. Holy
It's just
shit!
very white with an H in the front.
It's a very
Just
white. You really have to enunciate that one. Like, oh my God!
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Like,
he's
this
singing-
is what's happening
he's singing
right now. Excellent.
That's
Listen,
actually
support for white genocide is skyrocketing now after watching this.
Oh no!
Like, come on.
Oh my
This
God.
is so bad.
Yeah, no, we need to stop this. Like, what?
What do we got left? Kid Rock. What? Kid Rock. Then
I thought Trump was
Dana
next. They were doing.
White,
They had
right?
this whole video before
Oh,
this.
look at that old man dancing. I can't take it. Kill me. I can't take it.
My eyes are bleeding. I told y'all this is cool. I hate it here.
Is Dana White still coming, or is he gone already?
No, Dana White's gonna be the one who introduces Trump, I believe.
Okay, well, they're behind schedule. They need to hurry up because we don't have all day. I mean,
what a
No,
lineup.
they're
All
close
the
to on
transphobes
time.
are
I
here.
think Trump was supposed to go on at 9:30 Central Time, so they still got 10 minutes to put Trump on.
Oh,
Oh, Central Time is killing me.
I don't think.
Yeah.
Well, that's because they're in Milwaukee, so they're going
What the
by.
fuck even is Central Time? It's PST or EST. Pick one.
Right.
Exactly.
I don't think Dana White's going to talk much. Honestly, he doesn't got much to say. He's just going
Where
to
are
be
you,
there to
Sean?
introduce Trump.
Eastern. I'm North Carolina.
No, excuse me. Yeah. Okay, so you over here because I know Mike is somewhere because it's like what
We're
6
West,
o'clock.
We're all West Coast.
I'm in a
I
different
mean,
dimension after watching this.
A different time zone. Oh, I just dropped the
There's-
mic.
There's no way I'm staying up.
For
for
the
this
most
conversation.
patriotic fuck on earth.
Everybody's about to start their stuff with fight and the fist and I hate it here. I hate it here. It just looks like a KKK.
Yeah,
like,
it really
Nazi
does. Like,
joint.
that's,
It's just
yeah.
given. Look at this lady. Lady, hang it up.
Oh,
okay?
you have to stop.
Hang it up. And I'm sure she's offbeat.
I mean,
everyone.
that's
is
just the
traitors. They don't
given.
have the. They don't have the white patch though. You know the earmark. I mean, the true patriots have one.
Right.
Yeah.
The real ones, huh?
The smell in there must be wild. Like I can't even imagine.
Oh God.
Awful.
Stop it because see if I start talking about it, it's gonna be a problem.
We're gonna get canceled. We have to shut the fuck up. I can't.
No, I don't. It probably smells fine in there. A lot of cheap perfume and horrible smelling
It's all
cologne.
wealthy
It sounds
people, right?
terrible.
Like,
Yeah.
I think that no. I
heard
think
them
that if
people
you
not
were to
washing
walk in
their
there,
legs and take showers every 3 days, I heard I heard a lot of things about those type of people, but
the smell of mildew would be overwhelming just based on the clothes. I think the body odor would be.
I think mothballs.
And apparently man
mothballs for
cum.
sure.
Like
Yeah.
so much man cum.
oh
like,
my
apparently
goodness,
just-
Yeah,
Lance, you are
yeah.
so on this. Why aren't you there, man?
what did they call it? Fucking Cockavania or something? 2020.
It's the Super Bowl of Grindr.
Oh my
It's the Super
goodness.
Bowl of Grinder.
Everybody walking back with glossy lips when Trump is getting up on the stage. Like, quick, we gotta make it back.
I love how you put it like queens in the sheets or whatever. Homophones
Yeah.
in the streets.
Queens of the sheets. I can't take it. I can't take it. And the fact that they're all blowing each other behind the scenes and they're like, rumors are
I
so
know,
bad.
It's so sad. It's so profoundly sad.
Yeah.
Oh God, here he goes, Dana
We'll
White.
be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it
Oh, his
as
hands
the
are
biggest
shaking.
fight
He's
you ever
nervous.
had, a fight for our country and
Here
even
we
the
go.
world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand. They love you, and they know how important this is. Now think about
Interesting
this.
choice for the guy to introduce him. Like,
he's fighting for the future
I
of this
don't really
country,
get it.
and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know. A man who truly cares about people.
His family trip?
See, this is the type of stuff they care about. Like, this is like, I actually believe that Trump probably was really concerned that his good friend Dana White's family trip would be. That's like such like a rich person problem.
He couldn't go to Hawaii.
I don't mean
He
to
couldn't
ask you to come do my like. Like that's the type of thing they think of as presidential.
Something very clear.
That's not what a president is.
Somebody lost their life.
Told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody.
I hate his name.
there's always so much of a focus on like how somebody is, how a politician is, you know, face to face or personally, as opposed to how they actually fucking done with their power.
I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life.
Oh my God, what's this guy?
What is happening?
Yeah, that's
First of all,
totally
sir,
bizarre.
your hair, absolutely not.
Ever gives up.
Absolutely
So
not.
what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for
Singer
our
from
country."
311 or some shit.
Now you trying to have a black. Is he let him in there?
You know that guy standing there going, "Come original, you got to come original."
Yeah, I totally know who you're
We all
referencing.
know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has
Got a great
achieved
life,
everything
beautiful
that you could
family, hot
possibly
wife.
achieve in life. I know President Trump is
We haven't
literally
seen that
putting
lady
his
in
life on the
ages
line
either.
for something bigger than himself.
It's a body
And he's
double.
willing
Don't
to risk
believe
it all
it.
because he loves
Look, I don't
Hillary
trust
in a
him.
skin suit.
Look, another shooter in the making. You see what I'm saying? All them people in there getting ready to be little Kyle Rittenhouses.
for the American
To fight,
people.
fight.
All
You see, it's
American
just
people.
scary. I don't like this. I
he's
don't
running
Oh,
like
yeah,
for
no,
this.
president to
it's
save our
horrifying.
American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity.
Whether you came from somewhere else, they want to deport you.
Yeah.
If you came from somewhere else.
They
They're
don't
holding
want-
up
they don't want
mass
anybody here.
deportation
First
signs.
duty is to
Yeah,
protect
like
the people,
what?
not run
Who
their
are we
lives.
speaking to here? Who's
And
this
if you're
for?
buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business?
Did he just quote
If you're
Reagan?
struggling to pay your bills,
Probably.
how can you ever afford to start a
Yes, I'm
family?
surprised.
And if you don't feel
Dude,
safe
you
in
started.
your own town,
You literally
why
run the
would you
UFC.
ever buy
You
a
did it.
house?
You.
I know that President
The
Trump
UFC was
is
started.
fighting
I know
to
you
save
didn't start
the
it,
American
but
dream, and that's what's at stake in this election.
No, we need to talk about why we really can't afford things. We can't afford to own our own business because it's
We are
systemic. And the
choosing
people like
who we
you and
want
your
to
Republicans
lead us in
who are
this
keeping
fight.
us fucking. See, don't piss me off.
President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office.
Yeah, because you got a great
Dana
tax
White
cut,
is,
didn't you?
and he's a
In
wife
my
beater,
mind,
right?
The choice
yeah,
Yeah,
he
murder
slapped his
allegations.
wife
With
or
this
something.
election,
Yeah,
we all get to
slapped
Great
his
person
wife
to
and then
speak.
started a whole
I'm gonna
and then
choose
started a
strength
whole
and
sport
security.
league about slapping other
I
people.
know I'm going to choose opportunity
Oh, wow.
and prosperity.
Is she a competitor or
Choose real
that's off the,
American leadership.
you know,
and
off
I
the
don't-
game?
American
I don't know if
values.
there's a women's division, right?
Okay.
Oh, for those slap things? There's definitely a
Yeah.
division. I've watched it. I've
And
gone
I'm
down the
not
YouTube rabbit
telling
hole
you
of that
what
show.
choice to make,
Oh.
And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump
I
is
hate
the best
this.
choice for president of the United States.
This guy spoke at the
My
RNC
fellow
in 2020, so it's not
It
like
is
it
my
moved the
honor
needle at all.
to introduce
Yeah.
the 45th
Yeah.
and soon to be
This
47th
motherfucker
It
thinks he
is.
fell out of a coconut tree. I'm sorry. I can't.
No, he thinks he is the coconut. Look at that head. Look at that round noggin.
Nazi.
God, Joe Biden, give a presidential address right now. Announce to the nation you're dropping
Oh
out.
my
Do
God.
it.
Save us, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's the music. I gotta.
Oh, why? They have to be sentimental.
Because he always comes out to, "I'm proud to be an American, where at least I
Where
love
at
my
least I know
faith."
I'm free.
Did you all see that Jon Stewart
This guy is
clip?
the most manly president in the history of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump. YMCA.
Yeah, I know.
Who's that? He like got a little melanin on him. Let me look. Oh, I was wrong. See, my eyes were bleeding.
Your melanin detector was off.
It was off. I wanted to see which one of us is out here cooning. I don't like it.
Oh, this is Lee Greenwood, isn't he? The God bless America. Oh, he's the
original singer of the song. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Isn't that him, right? Isn't it?
I think
so.
so.
I know that song because it comes out to me every time.
Oh, y'all. It's 10:30.
Yeah,
Feel free, no one here
along.
has to stay. I know I'm going off at least halfway through Trump's speech. There's no way.
Yeah, there's no way I'm watching the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I'm out. I'm out now. So
Rebecca's the smart one.
So I love you guys. I thank you guys.
We love you. You take care. Try to stay
thank
sane.
you. My page is demonetized, so if you guys
Still.
want to give, but we're working on it.
It's because those QAnon conspiracies you've been diving into. That's why.
Everyone.
Cash App is Becca's voice, guys. Love you guys so much.
What the hell is going on in the?
I'll see you. Oh my God! Look at this.
Are you sure you want to miss this, Rebecca?
I gotta know. Let me hear
I
for a
can't play
second.
music.
And-
I'm copyrighted.
Yeah, you can't miss this.
Is that copyright? I don't even know, but I'm not risking it.
Yeah, I think it probably is.
I'm out of here. I love you guys. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Take care,
Is he
Rebecca.
crying? Is he crying?
I think he's just
I don't
wet,
think
like he is
so.
all the time.
He's just wet.
Yeah, he's just very wet. He's a
Incredibly
wet
moist.
boy.
Moist face.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he's just wet.
What is he supposed to do while he's singing? Just stand there awkwardly? This is actually really weird.
Don't you remember he did that in 2020? He came out like with the lights behind
Oh,
him
yeah.
and he just stood there. You remember that?
Like he don't know what to do with his hands. He's just sitting like this is weird.
All right,
Oh my God,
listen to what he's gonna say.
Playing him being the president right now.
Wait, what is this?
bad.
What is
Look
the
at some
firefighter?
props.
What?
Look at some props.
crazy.
Oh, the guy that
they're
was
gonna
killed
know
was a
it's for the
firefighter.
guy
Oh,
who's
okay.
There you
killed.
go.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
gonna. Okay.
Oh, they're honoring the. Okay.
That makes
Yeah, I'm
sense.
surprised they
then.
weren't milking it more before. There you go.
Yeah, me too. Did the jerk off motion.
Song's still going. Jesus Christ.
This song can go on for a very long time. You need to watch Jon Stewart's clip about this where he was I think he was doing an introduction of Trump while the
Oh, I
song was
saw it,
playing
yeah.
and it was like the longest introduction ever. Jon Stewart's reaction was really funny actually.
Yeah, they had to cut the guy off. Oh my God. Thank you. Please shut up. Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Half of them are chanting "fight," the other half are chanting "USA."
Someone in the chat, Jay Corduroy says, "Bet he rips the bandage off." Right, I could totally picture that.
Oh, yes, for sure. And then everyone else who is wearing a fake bandage will follow suit.
Yeah.
On spot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent.
I hate
What a
that he's
beautiful,
funny.
beautiful
I
song.
hate it so much.
I know.
What a random,
Friends,
ridiculous thing to say.
delegates,
Sometimes referred to as
fellow
Bob.
citizens, we stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country.
So many old racists.
Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it.
Oh, that's ironic.
As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate, and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America.
I'm like,
so tonight,
Joe Biden can run. Can you imagine his speech in a week compared to this? Like, this is not bad. It's
I
he's
know.
speaking English, you know. It's horrifying,
guy's
but it's
crying.
also like
It's beautiful.
Thank you very much.
weirdest cult.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Get it together, man.
I mean, these people, like, listen, the type of person who attends these conventions are like, they've got issues. Like, seriously, you don't attend this unless you have deep-seated. I'm not even just talking about the RNC one either. To attend a major party convention, there's some sort of issue with you, honestly. If you're not covering it or there for business or whatever.
Bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it.
Oh, were you?
He was fear-mongering migrants, yes.
Yes, being a racist piece of shit.
Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. I moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage.
Your followers are attacking them and saying they should be fired, and it was their DEI hire.
Yeah, or the woman was the reason this all happened. This is the woman's fault.
These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet in a certain way I felt very safe because I had God on my side.
Of course.
I felt
of course. Buy into the religious prophecy.
So God murdered your supporters.
Oh my God.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Ah, jump scare.
The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual.
Okay, this is riveting, but I do have to go eat dinner. So I appreciate you
This
guys
massive crowd
having me.
of tens of thousands
Thanks, Sean.
of
Take
people
care.
All right,
stood by
bye.
and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually, most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body.
Okay.
For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. And I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we
Yeah,
learned
basically that
something.
means they're telling you that it
They
looks
just-
worse than it actually is. That's what that means.
Yeah.
They just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces.
The ego, like a person died saving.
It is very much a
Incredible
Trump
people.
speech. Like I feel like he had a part in writing
Incredible
this,
people.
like to his
Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out.
The Conservative
not
Party leader of
supposed to be
Canada
here
said, "I'm glad
tonight.
that the assassin
Not
is dead,"
supposed to be.
publicly. I was like, that's a wild thing to say as like the leader of a political party.
Yeah.
What are they saying?
Yeah, what did they say?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Because
Oh,
he said
okay.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight.
Thank you.
Uh,
But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
I don't believe that he believes that for a second. This is totally Trump playing up to his base. I'm sorry.
In watching
he holds the Bible
reports
upside down.
over the
He loves
last
the
few
Lord.
days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead. And there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it. And I wanted to do something to let them know.
This is
I
also
was
not a
okay.
first-hand account. This is
I
him
raised my right arm,
editorializing
looked at the
what went on.
thousands
He
of
has no idea
thousands of
what
Trumpiest thing
people in the
ever.
crowd were thinking.
breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. once my clenched fist went up and it was high into the air, you've all seen that, the crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me.
God didn't care for him, apparently.
Yeah, that was all part of the plan.
Seriously wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was.
Oh boy, what is he gonna do? Oh my God!
Oh, don't do that. This is not. This is weird.
This is.
Just do a moment of silence. That would be normal.
They're doing what I mean. This is what their whole attempt for this RNC is try to make Trump appear more likable, more lovable.
This is what you. Yeah, this is what someone who's a narcissist who has zero empathy for anybody. This is what they think society wants to see, or something like that.
Sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million. From Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey and the other two. By the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours. And this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Low energy.
Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you.
I'll be honest with you. I'm really feeling Kamala Harris could crush this.
This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again.
Mafia.
In an age
That's
when
quite the acronym.
our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh my God. After spending so many years being the most divisive man imaginable, like playing this tone as if you've always been this way, get the fuck out of here.
And we
Give it 2 months and he'll, not even 2 months. He's going to return to equilibrium
political
immediately.
disagreement.
It's just
going
gonna
to be happening in our country lately at a level.
And even if
that
it wasn't, even if it's the tone he
nobody has ever
took,
seen
like,
before.
Yeah.
we all saw
The
you.
Democrat Party should immediately
We've got to come
stop
together after
weaponizing
you've spent
seen what
years
you've done.
demonizing every
Labeling
fucking
their
person in this
political
country that's not part of your cult.
As
Fuck
an
you.
Denying the results of an election, pretending I won, trying to
Yeah.
steal the election.
Such horseshit.
Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country.
Here we go. An hour
Says
of this
the person who
absolute
incited
fucking
a coup.
bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the one saving democracy after I tried to steal
And
the
very
election.
big news, as you probably just read. On Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon,
Highly
finding
respected.
that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against
Oh,
me
there he is
There we
again.
go. There we
were
go.
totally
There's the Trump we
unconstitutional,
know.
and the entire
Spiteful
case
fucker.
was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity thrown out of court.
What about the other
If
one?
Democrats
That wasn't
want
thrown
to
out.
unify our country, they should drop
Sentencing
these
is still
partisan witch
coming.
hunts, which I have been going through for
Yeah.
approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania.
She looks
Best.
thrilled.
And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful.
Thank you, Melania. Very cool.
In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right? Mr. Congressman?
We'll also put it on the fridge.
But it captivated so many. So I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara.
Oh, was it because Eric
Tiffany
now
and
getting a
Michael,
shout out?
Baron, we love our Baron. And of course,
schools are
my
back.
10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away. Beautiful place. And my people
He's
called
really low
and they
energy,
said,
yeah?
I won't be able
Yeah.
to do it.
Oh
This
my
is
God,
many,
put me to
many
sleep,
years.
man.
I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it.
He might be a little bit
'Cause he was
shell
like
shocked, like a little bit traumatized still.
He might just be
I said,
tired.
well,
like
you
he's an
know,
old guy. He's been
that's
there
too
all day.
bad.
Like
Yeah,
I'd
that's
be
true.
exhausted.
Away, and it's good. It's good for him.
He looked like he was falling
That
asleep
was
during
it.
JD Vance's
30
speech
minutes
too.
later, she came back
Yeah.
in, sir. Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife.
Is he gonna like announce a single policy? I feel like this
No.
is.
No, it's all me. It's
Oh,
very
no,
classic
they
Trump.
don't got shit.
Exactly how you'd expect it to go, right?
Yeah.
It's so brave, so much blood, the ear. Like,
Yeah,
it's
he just
Can
loves
anyone
to
name
talk
a
about it.
specific? Like, have any of them campaigned? Any Republican on
And
like a
Kid Rock,
specific
same thing.
policy? Like
Called, he
I'm gonna
said-
like not just like tax cuts, but like I'm doing
He
this
said, I
thing.
want to be a part of it.
Not really, just mass
It's-
deportations,
I wanna be a
vague.
part
We're gonna
of
fuck
it.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
immigrants.
It's all so
Great
vague.
song,
It's all
big
exactly.
monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know?
Maybe you should tax him.
Yeah.
And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a
Didn't
beautiful
surpass
man.
Not Like Us. Sorry, Mr. Greenwood. Kendrick's still the GOAT.
But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up?
Oh my
Where is
god!
he?
I'm gonna thank every person that spoke for the
Boy,
past
oh
3 days.
boy.
This is actually a really bad speech. Like, you're not
I think
gonna
it started.
bring
I think it
anyone
started
on board.
strong. I think it started strong because he was, even though there were
Right.
some funny, awkward moments,
They may call it.
but now
they
it's
may
just
call
like,
that
what,
entertainment.
what
I
is
know
this?
about entertainment, but
Like, are you
when
not
he
trying to
used
widen the
lift a
base? Like, he's speaking
350
specifically to
pound
his
man
base right now.
over his shoulders
yeah.
and then bench
You're
press him
totally right.
2 rows into the audience. I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What
He's
was
literally
that
just gonna
all
go down the
about?
list,
Boy, that
isn't
was
he?
good.
Wow.
I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of
Oh,
trouble, and
Donald
Don last
Jr. looks
night
so
was
sad.
incredible. He went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to.
I thought we have
work
to
on
come together
making
as
America
people.
great
Yeah,
again, not on
unity.
beating people, and we won. We
Exchange.
beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments.
Oh my
We
God.
beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have
He
a much
basically said,
stronger and
I'm
better
allowed to
country."
beat on them. But once it gets to the point where they're beating on me, then their priorities are completely out of whack. That's
Yeah.
literally what he just said.
Yeah.
That's literally what he just said.
And
He wants to
Jason,
engage in asymmetric warfare,
star
and if you
in
don't,
country
then
music.
you're
Jason,
responsible
thank
for
you
no unity.
being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha.
J.D. Mandel.
They're coming for your wounds. Like, honestly, the whole banning porn thing, that can't be a winning ticket item.
This country,
Well, they're not going to campaign on it, right? It's in the platform.
No,
They're not
obviously.
going to talk about it.
Make America great again.
Oh, it's not a winning issue.
When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is making America great again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's
half the
right.
people in the
It's very
crowd are on
tough to
Grindr
fight
right
it.
now. Like, you know, the porn
And all
getting
of the
banned
people
is
that did try
not
and fight
going
it
to
have
fucking
failed.
move the needle.
But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, JD, you're going to be
Just notice Mike's
These
picture.
liberal elites.
Enjoy the ride.
And these liberal elites.
Just notice your avatar, Mike. You're fully on board. You're
And a very
Mumblehead.
special
Hell
thank
yeah.
you to the
You're
extraordinary
unburdened.
people
You look
of
unburdened.
Milwaukee.
I
It's a good look.
feel
The great
unburdened,
state
actually.
of-
I feel
Yeah?
great. Thank you for saying
there
that.
they are.
I think the world
There
deserves
they
that.
are.
You
That's-
know?
Yeah.
You are so
Yeah.
easy to spot.
But what has been?
Yes.
And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team.
I don't think this is
They're gonna
scripted. Like,
have
I
a
think
good
he's just like
Most of the
freestyling it right
audience
now.
doesn't
Going
like
off,
it, but
yeah.
it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together, we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in
You
the first
conspicuously
term.
left out the
We got hit with
queers.
COVID. We did a
Well,
great
Well, I was gonna
job.
say
Nobody
there's
knew
no
what it
more
was.
gay or
Nobody's ever
straight,
seen
you know,
an economy pre-COVID, and then we handed over the stock market substantially higher than just
Like
prior to COVID.
that's not there anymore.
Yeah.
Coming
He's
in,
like,
did
I
a
don't fuck
great
with
job.
them. I'm not talking
No,
about
I
them.
don't. None of us fuck with them anymore.
Yep. Get the grinders ready, folks.
So many
Yeah.
the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much.
Well, he rebuilt the
We did
military.
so
wow.
much. Right
It
to
was
try.
so broken
right
down.
to try is a big deal.
Dewokified it.
We got
Mhm.
right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully
David, do you
there's
have the
nobody in
RM
this
Brown
audience, but
toilets
it does
sound
happen
effect
a
on your
lot.
board?
They're terminally
No.
ill and they can't use our
It'd
new
be a great
space
time to just
age
keep playing that on
drugs
rapid
and
fire.
other things. And we're way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years.
I mean,
they
you're
tried.
so right.
Sounds
He hasn't
simple,
talked
but
about
it's not.
policy at all. He hasn't even
And
mentioned
I got
Biden,
them
his
to
opponent.
agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to
Well, he's
Asia,
got an
Europe,
hour.
or someplace, or if you
Yeah.
have
I'm
no
sure he'll
money,
bring
going
up
home and die,
Democrats
just
more.
die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might.
Oh, he's going to go after
Our
China
borders will
around now.
be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income
Didn't
families.
Biden bring inflation down
and crushing
Trump?
Just simply
Like after
crushing
the
our
initial
people
spike?
like never before. They've never seen anything like it.
I don't know. A lot of it was
We also
global
have an
with the
illegal
pandemic.
immigration crisis, and
It is coming
taking
down
place
now,
right
but it's
now as
still
we sit here in
very
this
Oh, no, yeah.
Over
So,
people.
I'm not trying to tout it as like
It's
a winning
massive invasion
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
southern border that
point,
has
but like
spread misery,
it's been a thing
crime,
that the Biden
poverty,
campaign has been really
disease, and
hammering is that they've actually brought
destruction
inflation
to
down
communities
after
all
that
across our
initial
land. Nobody's ever
rise.
seen
Right.
anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs
did that,
over
buddy?
Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at
This
each
is
other.
interesting.
These
Very
weapons
different.
are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce.
Oh, there goes the unity talk again, talking about stealing elections. Dude, fuck off.
Oh my
So
god.
tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America.
He can
I will
only
end
fake
the
it for so long.
devastating inflation crisis immediately,
Phony
bring
as
down
fuck.
interest rates, and lower the
So
cost of
narcissistic.
energy.
He hasn't attacked Joe
We
Biden
will
yet, though.
Drill, baby, drill.
They also don't want to. I mean, my assumption would be, first of all, he has an hour left, so I'm sure he likely will.
Yeah.
But they're aware that Biden may be replaced. So to focus too much messaging on just Biden could just be a waste
Oh,
of
that's
time.
true. Yeah, that's a great point.
But that's a much weaker message to just generically be like
believe
the
what-
Democrats, the Democrats, the Democrats.
But by
you
doing
know,
that, we will
than
lead a
your opponent.
large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them. But by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way
For
down.
rich people.
And yet we took in more revenues the
Corporations.
following year than we
Mhm.
did when the
The
tax
real
rate was
welfare
much higher.
queens.
Most people
Yeah.
said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great.
Oh my
changed
God,
both
they
of them,
spelt the name wrong
and
of
hundreds
the
of billions
person
of
who
dollars by
died
Apple
on
and so many
the,
other
the
companies
No
little
way.
vault
worked
that
back
they made.
they?
into our nation,
Did
and we
they?
had
Oh no.
That's what Cody
Jesus.
Johnson of
which
Some More
nobody-
News is
no
saying right
nation had
now.
ever
Oh my
seen. China, we
God.
were beating them.
They
like
did.
rebels that
It's
were
Comparatore, and they got Comparator
And they
on the back of the. Oh my God!
We'll do it
They
again.
spelled
We'll
it
do it
wrong.
even better. I
Oh
will
my
end
God!
the illegal
Oh
immigration
my
crisis by closing our
God.
border and finishing the wall, most of which
That
I've
is
already
so
built.
embarrassing and disrespectful.
Fucked.
You wouldn't check out
Wow.
like over and over again to make sure you got it right. That's crazy.
That's like the
On the
simplest
wall, we were
thing.
dealing with a very difficult Congress.
Oh,
and I said,
shit.
oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion.
I'm gonna
and we
send you
built-
all a
most of
video in the
wall is
private
already
chat.
built,
Check this
and
shit
we
out.
built it through using the funds because
You're saying it's his
what's
gear.
more-
Maybe
what's better
his
than
name was
that?
spelled
We have to
wrong on his
stop
own
the
gear.
invasion
Oh, okay.
into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current
Oh, yeah, I saw that clip
administration
earlier,
has
Mike.
created.
Yeah, they
including
I'm
the
not even.
horrible
I'm not even
war
going there.
with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was
You
president.
did that
Iran
with
was
the Abraham
broke.
Accords.
Iran had no money. Now Iran has
You played your role.
$250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it?
Oh, very
And they had a
unifying.
congressman who was a
Yeah,
Democrat
seriously,
say,
what the
well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then
They already made a
we had
deal.
that horrible,
The
horrible
JCPOA,
result
you
that
tore
we'll
it
never
up,
let happen
dipshit.
again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're
Wow,
never
what a
gonna
piece
let
of
it happen
shit.
again.
Lying piece of shit.
It really is.
took
It's a
off all the
massive failure that
sanctions, and
Biden
they
did
did
just
everything
try to get back into
possible
that
for
the Iran
Iran.
deal.
And
Yeah,
now Iran is
sure.
very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have
That's
never
because of
happened.
you,
This
you
is a
fucking
shame
moron.
what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And
Oh, I
say
should
it often,
say I just
if
found
you took the 10
the
worst
the name
presidents in
spelled on the
history of
jacket was
United
misspelled
States,
by
think of it, the 10
by the
worst,
fire department.
added
Like
up
it's
all
Okay.
the
Right,
actually
yeah.
have done,
It's
Okay.
his
that
gear. Yeah.
Biden has done.
because I was
Nobody
wondering
used
if
the term once.
if it's his gear, how is it
Biden. I'm not
misspelled?
gonna use the
Yeah.
Are
term
they
anymore, just
lying
one
about it
time.
being his gear? Like, did
The
they just go
damage
out
that
to
was
like
done to
Party
this
City and
country is
buy a
So
fire
weird.
department?
unthinkable.
But
Damn.
Together we
apparently it's
will
real, and
restore
the
vision,
fire department
strength,
misspelled his name.
competence, and
Weird.
Wow.
we're
Wow.
going to have a thing called common
Surreal.
sense.
So
making
much
most
strange
of our
piled
decisions,
upon it.
actually.
It's
It's all
strange.
common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had
That
the
dude
most
is on
secure
Grindr.
border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it.
Girl,
We
hyping
had no
himself
inflation.
up,
Soaring
goddamn.
incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered
We don't want to do that,
great
bud.
inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries.
That is
We've
a
had the worst inflation
wild thing
we've
to
ever
say
had under this
out loud.
person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions.
It's
really
so
sick.
condescending to
Suffering
be
because
like
of
the only jobs that immigrants take are black jobs.
Thank
The only jobs that immigrants take
I
are
like you
Hispanic
too.
jobs.
Thank you very much.
Trump has used
Inflation has wiped out
undocumented
the life
labor
savings
like
of our
throughout his
citizens and
history,
forced the middle
and
class
here he
into a
is.
state
Like
of
it's just
depression
it's also
and despair.
every
That's
point
what
he
it is.
makes. There's like
Despair
1,000 counterpoints to the
and
bullshit he's
depression.
just
We
fucking
cannot
spreading. It's
and
the
will
same shit every
not
fucking
let
time.
this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, oh, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of
Unity.
them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one.
He's on Grindr.
It's true. And it's love in the
I'm
room.
profiling
There's
these
great love in the
motherfuckers.
room.
The Benny Johnsons of it all.
Yep. Eyes glazed
So
over
I
from
better
browsing
finish
all day.
strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention.
Well, yeah, everyone has to go home to their wives.
Yeah.
A lot of hearts are going to be broken.
Love. It's about love.
Don't be
This
sad that
week,
it's over.
The
Be
entire
happy that it
Republican
happened.
Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds
What
of
is your
pages
agenda
long, and they never
even?
read them after they're
It's very short because I
In
got
their case,
fucking nothing in
they
there.
don't read them.
Yeah, he's babbling. Oh, look at the crowd.
It's
Isn't
a
this
series
fun?
of
Everybody had
bold
great
promises
speeches,
Yeah,
right,
he's
guys?
really drawing this out.
You give us
Yeah,
a
this is not
Republican
going to bring
House.
anyone new on
And
board.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few
You know what's a
short
little
months
piece of good
from now.
news?
We're
Lou
talking
Dobbs
about
died
just
and no one
months.
cares. There's so much
can't
other
be
shit going
Right.
on. It's such a
fast enough.
footnote.
We have to get
I'm
it
like,
done.
eh.
That's actually
First, we
awesome.
must get
I'm not
economic
even going to
relief
rise to saying rest in
to our
piss. Like,
citizens,
eh.
starting on day one. We
Yeah.
will drive down
I don't
prices
have
and make
the
America
energy to even
affordable
muster a
again.
rest
We
and
have to
puss.
make
Yeah, it's not even worth the
affordable.
rest and piss.
People can't
Yeah, it's like,
live
eh.
like this.
Yeah.
Under this administration,
R.I.P. Bozo.
our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%.
He's meandering way
mortgage
more than
rates
usual, I
have
feel like.
quadrupled.
But then again,
The
I haven't
fact
seen
is,
a
it doesn't matter
full
what
Trump
they are
rally in
because
a
you can't
very
get the
long
money
time.
Anyway. Can't buy
True.
houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration.
Yes, and this real estate developer is going to go after big real estate.
Prices and bring them down very,
Yeah, I'm sure
very
he's
rapidly
totally going to crack
by
down on them.
slashing
Yeah.
energy
And private
costs. We
equity,
will,
and
in
I'm sure
turn,
he's going to
reduce
go
the cost of
hard on them.
transportation, manufacturing, and all household
Manufacturing.
goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy.
Yeah, let's burn
We
this
have
fucking
it, and
planet to the
China
ground.
does it.
Yeah, drill, baby,
Yeah.
drill.
Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years
Isn't
ago,
Texas 110 degrees right now? How can you be possibly living through this and at the same time be like, more, more?
Yeah.
Not only
Liquid
ourselves,
gold,
but
baby.
we will
Yeah.
Liquid
supply
gold.
The rest of the world.
I mean, look at the average age, you know,
With
here.
numbers
They're
that
not
nobody
gonna
has ever seen, and
they're
we
not
will
gonna
reduce
care
our
that it
debt
gets worse in 20, 30
$36
years.
trillion. We
They're not gonna
start
be here.
reducing that.
No, yeah, it's so
We will
true.
also
That's
reduce
what
your
I hate
taxes
so
still
much
further.
about like the fucking
Next.
climate
And by
change
the way, they want to
denying,
raise your
like,
taxes
you know, I'll be dead in
4
4
times.
years
Think of
tops
it.
kind of fucking
In all my
group of
life, I
people.
grew up watching politics.
Right.
I
Jim
always loved
Inhofe, the
politics
snowball
because
guy,
I was on
dead.
the other side.
You know, not even going to see
dead.
anything.
And they were always talking about,
Yeah.
we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life, I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about.
Yeah,
This is
to
the
the
only
metric system
administration
gang,
that said,
that is
we're going
43
to raise your
degrees.
taxes by 4 times what you're paying now. And people are supposed to vote
Celsius.
for them. I've never heard it.
It's fucking hot.
You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt.
He's pushing trickle-down economics.
And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary
we passed the
pressures
Green
in
New Deal. I
addition
must have
to
missed
the
that.
cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that
It's
are
incredible
sitting
what
there, not
this-
yet spent, we will redirect
These
that
phantoms
money
they have to
for
fight
important
against, like-
projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas.
Oh, she's really happy about that. Fuck her grandchildren, right?
And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day 1.
Hell yeah, Elon Musk.
Thereby
45
saving
million
the
a
US
month
auto
spent
industry
real well.
from complete
Yeah.
obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no
Binder, is
anything.
this a statement by
United
the
Auto
Iron Sheik
Workers ought to
true?
be
Hulk Hogan
ashamed
may have been a dumb
for
son of a
allowing
bitch in the
this
ring,
to
but outside of the
happen.
ring, he was
And the
also a dumb
leader
son of a
the
bitch.
United Auto Workers
Well,
should be fired
Iron Sheik is
immediately,
dead,
and every
but,
single auto worker.
No, I know
The
he's dead.
union
But
and
was that a
not
statement that he
union
made? Yeah.
should
Oh,
be
Iron
voting
Sheik
for
has always
Donald
made
Trump
statements
because we're gonna
called
bring
saying
back
fuck Hulk Hogan. He
car
hated Hulk Hogan.
manufacturing, and we're
Oh,
going to
okay.
bring it back fast.
Like every other day on Twitter when he was
They're building
alive,
some
the
of the
tweets were like,
largest
fuck
auto
Hulk
plants
Hogan.
anywhere in
I'm
the
going to humble
world.
him.
Think of it.
Fuck Hulk
In the
Hogan. I'm
world,
going to
we're
kick
gonna
his
bring it
ass.
back. We're gonna make
No
them.
good son of a
We don't mind
bitch,
that.
Hulk
We
Hogan.
don't mind that happening, but
okay.
those
So
plants
it
are
is
going to
real.
be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. and replace it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made.
No, it's basically not the
Actually,
light. Shut
probably
the fuck
best
up.
trade deal was the deal they made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product.
He's
and
so
we buy
fucking
nothing.
full
They buy
of
$50
shit.
billion worth. They had to.
He's the
but I don't
same
even
Trump,
talk
but
about it
less
because of COVID. I
enthusiastic,
don't
like
even
low
mention
energy
it, frankly,
Trump.
because of what happened with the China virus.
This is just the god. It's the same stump speech.
Yeah, he's going back to his old stick. Yeah,
This is
classic.
Yeah, going back to the usuals. Yeah,
Countries
playing the
come
old hits.
in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that.
I might just play a video
our
game in this
nation. The
monitor
way
and move this over.
They will
I'll stay here in case I miss
is to
something. But
build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America.
This is a very bad speech, though. Like, the crowd doesn't even look like they're enthused. He had him at the beginning, but now it's just... Oh, okay, I stand corrected. They're chanting, okay.
Oh, they love this shit. They love anything he does.
And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs.
It's going to be the
We lost so
greatest
many
thing you've
jobs
ever
over the years.
seen.
If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them.
Okay, he
At the center
outsourced
of our
200,000
plan for
jobs as
economic
president.
relief are
Biden
massive
brought back
tax cuts for
800,000
workers
jobs. So
that
he's so full of shit.
Include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular. In this building,
Grindr.
all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called No Tax on Tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips.
Oh, shit.
What was that? What did I miss?
He was pulling out little clapper things. He was like doing a dance, and he like holstered them again. It was very weird.
I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building. And the waitress comes over. How's everything going? Really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find them? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money. It's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after them even more.
They're not going after low-income people.
And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars.
That's great, but make sure that the employer can't pay below minimum wage as well, and
Waitresses
increase the
and
minimum
caddies
wage.
and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare.
It's the
Under my
immigrants.
plan, incomes will skyrocket.
Immigrants have
inflation
destroyed
will
everything.
vanish completely. Jobs will come roaring back, and the middle
So
class will
fucking
prosper
disgusting.
like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world.
For the
There's
person in
never
the
been
chat,
an
they're
invasion
correct.
like
Project
this anywhere.
2025 does
Third
call
world
for
countries
cuts
would fight
and
with
privatization
sticks
of
and
Social
stones
Security, FYI.
not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol. He's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back. And I called up and I said, tell them that we're not giving them
This is
economic
as much
aid
his
anymore.
key issue as
And the
abortion
next
is
day I
to
got calls from all
Democrats
of
in
these
terms of
countries that were
affordability or like,
terminated.
pushing the needle, and it's
Billions
so
of dollars
boring.
we
Like
spend on
it's
economic aid to
so low
countries that
energy.
does us, frankly, no
Yeah.
good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform,
Jordan
is
Buell
our
is
pledge to
saying
end
or
this
quote
border
tweeting that Trump
nightmare
said
and fully
that Sean
restore the
Fain should be
sacred and
fired.
sovereign borders of the
What?
United States of America.
Yeah.
We're going to do that on day one.
For the pro-labor, apparently, president. Oh, I haven't had a chance to gripe about this
That
with
means
y'all.
two
Like,
things
it was
on
so
day one,
frustrating to
right?
see so
Drill,
many,
baby,
like,
drill,
what
and
is it?
close our
Like,
borders.
no war but class war. Fucking people suddenly be like, oh, is he pro-labor? There's a Teamster speaking at the RNC, and it was like, oh my god, like
And by the
moths to the
way,
flame.
And I think
you know?
everybody is a
Yeah.
Republican, is a patriot.
I did a
Bullshit.
whole ass
No,
video
they're
about
not.
that.
Democrats.
That
Yeah,
rubbed
yours
me the
is
wrong
really
way.
great.
To come
Rick
into our
Smith
country,
was
but they
did you
have
see
to
he's
come
the
into our country
he's a
legally.
Teamster. He had them as a sponsor for his
Legally.
podcast. And Sean Fain, well, I don't know who did it, Teamsters, but they cut the sponsorship because of his criticism of Sean
Years
Fain.
ago, I handed
Right.
this administration
fucked
the
up.
strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life. That was the chart.
Like, it's
that
not
saved
like you
my
have to
life. I said,
speculate
"Look
what
it up."
Trump
So
will be
proud of it.
like.
I think it's
There
one
was
of the
4
greatest.
years of Trump as the president.
It was
You
run
know,
by the
he's,
Border Patrol.
he is
one of the
not
greatest
pro-working
charts I've
class.
ever
He's
seen. It
not
showed
pro-labor.
everything just like that.
Right.
You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today.
What does that mean?
Never got to look at it.
It was during his speech.
This is
when he was shot. The
fashy.
chart was on the screen.
Jesus, this is fashy.
I
Hating
said, "You
immigrants
gotta see
saved his
this
life."
chart." I was so
If you didn't look
proud
at
of
that
it by the
chart.
time I got to there.
That's what he's saying, basically.
I never got to see it that day, but I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow in the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts.
That's really
by
creepy that they're
comparison
trying to
what
make
happened
this
after I left.
illegal
Look at what
immigrant
happened after I
chart
left.
into a
They
religious
took over our
prophecy
country.
that saved his life.
We ended all
because he
cash
turns to
release.
look at it.
We shut down
It's-
asylum fraud.
yeah, it's very
stopped
ominous.
human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil.
Like,
Under
yeah,
the Trump
hating immigrants
administration,
saved my
if you
life.
came in illegally,
Yeah.
you were apprehended immediately.
That's quite the
and you were
fucking story.
deported.
Mm-hmm.
You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted to seal border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They
Our immigration
suspended
system is completely
all
fucking
construction,
broken. Like,
ended remain in Mexico. We had a
coming
policy,
here the right
remain
way
in
is almost
Mexico. You think that was
impossible.
easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release
demolish
them into
Title
Mexico.
42.
There's a slight difference.
That's what Biden
And
used for a
took
very long time to
93,
deport
this
immigrants.
is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are
That's
coming
such a
in from
fucked
every
thing to
corner
say.
of the earth, not just from South
Disgusting.
America,
You know,
but from Africa,
you know, he said the no
Asia,
tax on
the
tips
Middle
stuff.
East. They're coming
Robert
from
Evans is
everywhere.
reporting
They're
that
coming
almost
at
every
levels that
waiter,
we've never
taxi
seen
driver, and Uber
before.
driver
It
we've
is an
talked to has
invasion
complained about the fact
indeed,
that no
and this
Republicans are taking them.
administration does absolutely
Oh my God, of
nothing
course.
to stop
Yeah.
them.
Wait,
They're
what
coming
happened? I
from
missed that. What'd you say?
prisons. They're coming from
Robert
jails.
Evans
They're
is
coming
saying that
from
almost every
mental
single waiter, taxi
institutions
driver, and Uber
insane
driver we've talked to
asylums.
has complained about the lack of tips
You
from the
know,
RNC
press is
audience.
always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs?
Oh God, I don't like where this
The
is
late
going.
great Hannibal
He's
Lecter.
done this bit before.
Has he?
He's done
Would
this
love
whole
to have
bit
you
ever
for
since he
dinner.
stopped talking about the recent events of this week. It's been the same old Trump
That's
shtick.
insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums.
I've heard this speech a
And
bazillion
terrorists are
times.
coming in at
fuck?
numbers
He
that we've
needs to
never
stop.
seen
This is
before.
so
Bad things are
unhinged.
going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics
Crime's
all over
down,
the world are
bitch.
going
It's down.
because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country.
Not true.
A certain
Immigrants
country,
do
and I happen
less
to
crime
like
than citizens.
The president of
Both
that country very much,
undocumented
but he's been
and
getting great
legal
publicity
immigrants. He's
because
full of
he's a
shit. Every
wonderful
fucking thing he says is a lie. It's so
shepherd of the
infuriating.
country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails. He's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe
That's such
that
a
they're
fucked
getting
thing
away
to
with what
say.
they're getting away with, but they're
A
not gonna be
dumping
getting
ground. He's
away
talking
with it
about
for
human
long.
beings
That's
like they're
what I
trash.
think.
What a sick fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck all these white supremacist
In
fascists in this
Venezuela,
crowd. So gross. These people are sick.
Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela. Really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able. We will not be able to have it there in El Salvador. Murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's
I can't imagine this speech is helping him. If anyone's like still watching this, who's like, I want to see what he has to say.
To the United States of America.
That's why I'm saying, like, Kamala can beat this.
Very bad.
Yeah, it's very beatable.
And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
Fascist as a motherfucker. Look at the cheers. Disgusting, sick fucks.
President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally
Like, if you tried
raped and
pulling this,
murdered
you could
while out
easily
on her
just be
run.
like,
She
you are
wanted to keep
literally
herself in good
all
shape.
over
It
the
was very
Epstein
important
files.
she was murdered.
You know,
Yeah.
like, you
The
have
monster
no
responsible
ground to
first
stand
killed
on
another
when it
woman
comes to
in El
talking about like
Salvador
children,
before
sex
he
trafficking,
was let
child
into
assault.
America by the White
Yep.
House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a
He called
9-year-old girl and her
Mexicans
mother in a
rapists. He
home
was found
invasion
liable
in
for
Los
rape.
Angeles
Like,
before
he's a
murdering
rapist.
Rachel in Maryland.
Yeah,
It's
Traveled
crazy
all
that
throughout
that's
the
not even like
country,
brought up that much.
doing tremendous
I
damage.
know.
And accused
Rachel's
by
mother
dozens of
will
women of sexual
never be the
assault
same. I spent time
or
with
sexual
her. She'll never
harassment.
be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Lake and Riley, the brilliant
Cryptocrazy, yes, he
22-year-old
is. Just
nursing
Google it.
student. She was
You
so
can
proud of
literally see
being
him
first
all
in her
over the
class,
Epstein files.
who was
It's
out
like,
for a jog on the
it's not one of those
campus
things where it's
of
like,
the University
oh,
of
well, he's
Georgia, where she
mentioned
was
once, or
assaulted,
they allude to
beaten,
the fact that he may have
and
been on a plane or
horrifically
once. Or
killed.
no.
Yet
He's
another
a
American
frequent
life was
client
stolen
kind of a
by
guy. Like,
criminal
Yeah.
aliens set free by this administration. These were
there's so much
incredible
shit.
people we're talking about. These were incredible
He's a
people who
Christian.
died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country.
A Christian
It's all
rapist.
lies.
Bitch. It's all lies. No, what a copium.
I will keep our sons and
That
daughters
person is
safe.
so stupid. I hope they're trolling.
As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest. We were the most respectful.
That's some horse shit. He increased drone strikes by more than 400% in multiple countries that did not attack us. He assassinated Qasem Soleimani in Iran, nearly started a fucking war.
Yep.
And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay.
Look at this
He
dumbass.
used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word. Because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine.
It sounds like he's
Under
bragging.
President Trump, Russia took
Like
nothing.
as if it's a good thing.
Yeah.
We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke.
What does that even mean?
I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they say that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth.
All right, I love y'all.
Inherited a world of peace and turned it into a planet.
Take care, Lance.
Can't believe how long he's going. Right.
Yeah.
All right. I'll stick around.
What's
Yeah, I'll
happening
stick around. But
with Ukraine, the cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about that. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster. Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly. So we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one. So they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul. Still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before.
Droning the fuck on. Oh my God. This I don't know.
This is.
And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls
We don't
the other
have
guy
to
Your
finish the
Excellency.
speech.
I
We can
doubt
just
it.
leave.
Yeah, but I feel like
The guy
people
gave
are
him
watching
everything.
for
What
it.
kind of
You
a
know
deal
what I
was that? He
mean?
walked
Like,
out, gave him everything.
Yeah.
Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest
I'm playing
sellers
the Concord
of
beta.
weapons in
You
the
got a
world?
PC or
okay.
PS5. It's really good.
The brand
Like
new beautiful
Overwatch.
weapons
It's
that
actually
we
it's like kind of a
gave them.
Overwatch, but there's
But
also
think
like
of
a
it,
Call of Duty like mode. It's
He
pretty
actually
good too.
said to me, but why
Check it out. It's free.
I need
Show
to
me a picture of
At least the
my home.
beta
set
for
up
the game's like
PlayStation
$40.
remote
I
play
said
in
you'll
here
have to
so I can
ask
just
your
play when we
people
watch
or
shit
one of
like
your
this.
I should do this more often.
But he
Actually,
could figure it
Yeah,
out.
that's so
And for
smart,
18
David.
months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships.
wasn't he just talking about being peaceful with other countries?
60 miles off.
And now he's fear mongering China. Like,
no, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be.
so now you want
Correct.
Biden to escalate after you just finished saying
In
that
Cuba.
it's good to talk with other countries.
That
Like,
would not be stood
there's no
for if it were
coherent
somebody else. They
message
don't
here
even
for
know.
us.
They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately.
Christ. Just so ridiculous.
And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin. They go to look at the Washington Monument. They end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital. Again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9
Wait, is his argument here is that AI takes up so much energy? Not that that's bad, but that we have to invest more in giving more energy resources to AI? I'm pretty sure that's what it's.
I'm all for electric.
I cannot believe what I'm
application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day one. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man.
No, he's not. He's a piece of shit.
He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible. Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rally you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too.
In closing, anyways, my dad used to take me to see, like, shut the fuck up.
I was getting excited for the end.
Holy shit, I can't take it.
I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm just working so hard to adhere to his note to me.
Oh my God.
I'm working hard on it.
Franklin doesn't want me to curse, but we can talk shit about immigrants nonstop. Fuck off. Shit morality of these people.
Every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God.
Not right now.
We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country.
And he was part of it. He was Republican.
Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped.
You guys support the same gun
It has always
laws.
been about the
He's saying
hardworking,
it's not me,
patriotic citizens
it's
of
us,
America.
as he talked about himself 95%
Our
of this
nation
time.
has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message.
Wow,
Your
Medicare for all?
expectations are not big enough.
Okay, well, national health system. Fuck yeah!
But you said that, and then he said,
It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world. Leadership
Let's
that
go.
is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our
So
energies
much
are spent
fucking
fighting
Greatness
each
is
other,
our birthright.
our destiny will remain.
How do I
None of this
tap into that
comports
and
with
get
the fucking
And that's not
platform at all.
acceptable. We must instead take
So many
that energy and
platitudes.
use it to realize our
Yeah.
country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the
Okay,
American
now he's reading
story.
again,
We
I
can
think.
do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other
End
things.
it already.
And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated
God,
a
what the
mighty
fuck is he
empire to
talking about?
establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many.
They did a
They pushed
genocide.
thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness.
Why are we going back
build
to
a
the
life
founding?
and
I mean, you have to
magnificent
wrap it
home for
up.
their
You just said it in
families.
conclusion.
They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails,
Oh my gosh.
scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids.
He
to
is
stake their claim
incapable
on
of
the
shutting the
wide
fuck up.
open,
It's actually
new,
wild.
and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people.
I'm going to go to bed angry tonight.
And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much.
Okay.
No hardship was too great.
Mm-hmm.
No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation.
Unity.
allegiance to
Fuck
one
Nancy
great,
Pelosi. We have to put
beautiful-
our
I think
differences
it's so
aside,
beautiful,
actually.
American flag.
No, actually, Pelosi is totally crazy. Like, I can't take
Tonight
it. Like,
I ask
it's
for
so
your
bipolar.
partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote.
Humbly asking.
Yes, so humbly asking for the vote.
Every day I will
After I could not
strive to
shut
honor
the fuck up
trust
about
you have
myself
placed
for an
in
hour and
me,
a half.
And I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I
Too
will
late,
never let you
bitch.
down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win.
Okay. No, your cheering is making him go longer.
Are they not tired? They're all like 90 plus years old.
This is the highlight of their life, man.
God.
Donald J. Trump stands before
Nothing
them.
will slow us, and no one will ever stop us.
No matter how hard you try.
No matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail.
God.
To victory! I mean,
Together,
come on.
we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people
You'll definitely
so
usher in the rich.
deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before.
Oh, yeah.
And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Oh my
Wisconsin.
fuck.
God bless you.
God.
Christ.
God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless
Oh,
the
he's gonna
United
keep talking,
States
isn't
of
he?
America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody.
Oh God.
Oh, please. Oh,
Get off the
fuck.
stage. That's enough.
Holy shit.
That's enough. Oh, terrible. Terrible speech.
Wow.
Horrible.
Oh my lord.
He should have ended it after the first like 20 minutes. Would have been awesome.
Yeah. If he kept it
Oh,
short
shit,
and
it's music.
sweet, it would have been impactful. This
Oh, wait,
was
here
just
comes
so
Melania.
Who refused to give a speech.
She honestly hates her life so much.
No, she doesn't hate it enough, obviously. She's still there.
Yeah.
She couldn't find another Michelle Obama speech to plagiarize, so
Right.
she couldn't do a speech this year.
Hold on, I am coming. Hold on, I am coming. Why are they
Wait, what
releasing
is
the
this?
grinder chats? Man.
Hold on. That's
Wait,
the-
what
that's the
song
that's
is
playing.
this?
They're playing a song.
Put it up just for a second so I can hear what the.
Oh, we're gonna get dinged.
Not for a split second.
Hold
Okay.
on.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun. It's like the country version of that song.
It's a little bit, too on the nose given the grinder activity in Milwaukee.
Oh my God. Well, that was a complete waste of time.
Yeah, that was so bad. That was one of the worst Trump speeches. It was just too
terrible.
long.
Because it was his normal speech. It was his normal, except for that first part
Yes,
about the. It was his normal speech, but you guys never not you guys specifically, but we never really pay attention to it. We've heard it over and
Oh,
over
sorry.
again, so it's not
The
something.
balloons are
shocking
coming
to us.
down. Wow, there you go. The
Like,
most exciting part, the balloons.
Right here, this is where you have the most eyeballs in the country, in theory, on your campaign. And he's speaking to his own sycophants. He's not speaking to regular Americans.
Oh yeah,
Like,
he wasn't. No,
I see this and I think, okay, this is a beatable ticket.
100%.
I mean,
100%.
he has no message. It's just the same shit he's been saying since 2016. A little bit more fascist, a little bit slower, less energy.
Yeah.
And now he has somebody like JD Vance on the ticket, who I don't think is going to make a difference, not really bringing anything. This is beatable. So if anything, even though I'm bored and like I'm on the verge of Minecrafting myself after listening to him, I think the takeaway is that I feel a little bit more optimistic, just because that's just not, you're not bringing anyone in. He's not expanding the coalition.
yeah. This is the Democrats' election to lose. I'm
Mhm.
sorry. Most people hear this and they are bored,
Right.
turned off, confused, think it's weird. Like this is I said it because I was looking online and it was just a sea of people, and I'm talking about my own feed. Like I was just searching like keywords, Trump speech, and it was just a sea of people. Like you get the usual people of MAGA in their username or bio who loved it, of course, but like regular people, like people who just use their profile picture and a regular name and they don't identify by their political ideology in their bio. they were just like, this is a really weird speech. Like, what is he talking about? It's very weird. And then I saw like one of the Silicon Valley guys on that Silicon Valley podcast, All In, go, oh, a masterclass by Trump. Like, this speech was literally sounded like what an elite, out of touch, rich a-hole thinks normal peons and plebes want to fucking hear. Like, this is what they think, like, Joe Schmo wants to hear. They think, oh, you got to go out there and be strong. And, oh, you have to show sympathy for the guy who died. So go over and kiss his helmet. No, that's just fucking weird.
Yeah, who does that?
Normal people show respect by, like, having a moment of silence, thinking about the person, maybe even like a little prayer. They don't fucking go over and smooch a complete stranger's helmet. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's not normal behavior. Put up some pictures of him with his family. That's the appropriate thing to do. The helmet kiss is fucking. I'm sorry, that's just fucking deranged. That's so weird.
It was. What makes
if that were my family, I'd feel like that was disrespectful.
Right.
It reminds me of Homer kissing Hans Molman when he kisses his head.
Right. What makes it deranged isn't even so much the fucking like kiss itself. Like, yeah, of course, but what makes it deranged is like, it's just it's coming from Trump on the stage. Like, if this was just a private moment and you kiss a helmet, whatever, but to do it on stage in the big production that they did it with, it's very clearly being dramatized for them to take advantage.
It's over the top performative is what I think made it so gross feeling.
Yes.
Yeah, AOC, by the way, just FYI, is going to go live on Instagram to talk about the election. So in case anybody's interested, I don't think we're going to tune in, but just FYI.
I mean, what is she going to, based on what we know, her position is, what is she going to do? Start talking about how Biden's going to beat Trump? I mean,
she'll probably just focus
the conversation?
I think she'll just focus on Trump. I don't think she'll even talk about Democratic Party, really.
Yeah, probably. You're probably right.
All right, I'm going to bed. I'm not sure if anyone's doing chats, but I appreciate all the chats. I'm not fucking.
I can read these.
I gotta wake up tomorrow.
Yeah, so I'll rush through mine. I don't have very many. I could rush through mine pretty quickly.
All right, so let's just read our own, I guess. And anyone who has who gave super chats to the people who left just shows you that you give to those people and it's a waste of money because they're not going to stick around and respect.
I think it'll be because we don't need to put it up on the screen. Yeah,
if any of them are if they're smart enough to donate to me, they're also smart enough to go to bed early, not stick around. For
a lot of these were like hours ago.
You hear that, Rational National David Dole fans who are watching right now? He's basically calling you a fucking idiot if you're awake right now.
No, you're just so dedicated, and I appreciate you. I mean, I guess I don't have too many. If we all run through them quickly, not have like full-on conversations about each single one, then
exactly,
it's possible.
Again, if you don't respect our listeners and address their conversations and questions,
since Bender respects them so much, I'll just do all of mine first, and then he can sit there and wait as I read all of my super chats. Law Gnomes, how long after the switch until we're seeing fundraising emails? Give a dime, $10 for the coconut. Think they'll wait for the DNC or crown her now? To be honest, I don't
answer that question. Keep going. Keep going. You should not answer the question.
No, you're right. I can't even absorb the question because my brain is not operating properly.
Yeah, we don't.
You're not going to see any mention of the. You're not going to see any coconut mentions in any Democratic fundraising emails.
I can see Kamala Harris doing it on stage, saying it on stage, and it being not cool anymore. So she should probably just not mention it.
Yeah.
Lupin Lodge or Lumpin Lodge. Thank you. Be a man, Hogan. Macho Man. Hogan is a sellout. Jesse Ventura. Yeah, no one likes Hogan apparently. Rickering. I'm trying to find you here. Remember when calls for Trudeau to resign after losing a safe liberal riding like the day before the Biden debate? U.S. noise drowned it out for now. Yeah, I covered a bit of that. I have covered just the fact that he should step down as leader because he's going to lose if he continues on. Lumpin Lodge. Some of the worst people became religious fanatics because they need a way to believe they are absolved of the terrible things they've done and cope. That there's definitely a portion of them for sure that are like that. Lumpin Lodge again. Bring me on the show. I will explain the grand conspiracy. Damn it, Mike! I'm hurt. You banned me.
I don't
look at this.
know.
These could be your donations, Mike.
Yeah. I'll try to unban you. I'll look into that.
Again, Lumpin Lodge, thank you. Says you being over rational with your analysis, not looking at the situation through the eyes of a counterintelligence agent provocateur. Sometimes the conspiratorial should not be dismissed. Rebecca is right. Well,
There's no evidence though, so
the conspiracy that you're defending is that there was a grand plot to put on a performative shooting of Trump, and that Donald Trump went out of his way to put his trust in a shooter to perfectly aim to nip his right ear and not get anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump will not trust anyone to even. He's like a germaphobe part. Like
it doesn't.
He will
of
not.
Of course, it wasn't fucking
Yeah.
planned. We don't even need to get into the.
I got a great idea.
There are no
You will shoot me right in the ear. No one will get hurt except for the guy I will have sitting right behind me, and we will garner sympathy when he's deceased. I mean,
Jay Cass, I think I remember back when Kid Rock was dating Pamela Anderson. He called her a real American woman. She was born and raised in Canada. Shake my head. Carrie Shaw. No, wrong. That's the wrong one. I was reading the wrong one. Is this mine? That's not mine. No, or I'm so fucking lost. Mine is Poor Dana White. I gotta find. There it is. No, that's not it. Well, anyways, the one from Carrie Shaw for me. I don't know why I can't find it. Here it is. Poor Dana White can't slap his wife tonight while he's on the stage. Yeah, well, I saw the video of that, by the way. Like scrolling through Twitter, I was like, oh my god. Bay photo. Man, I am really not awake. Bay photo, thank you. Says sort of worry Biden will see this debate speech and decide to resist pressure to drop out even more. I don't know. This speech is really going to move him. I think he's already sort of stuck where he is. Hopefully he's pushed out. Shadow says, hello. Just wanted to support the stream. Have you or Mike beat Tears of the Kingdom? You know what's funny?
Mm-hmm.
I have not beat it. I'm at the final boss. I have this thing with some games where it's like I get to the end and I'm like, I get sidetracked or I don't want to like go through with the final boss. So, I'm like, I've completed like almost everything in the game. I just haven't beat the final boss. I gotta get. It's weird though because now I gotta remember how to play it again. And it's like,
yeah,
geez, I should not have done that. Crypto Tree. Where am I? I lost my place. Crypto Tree. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your support. William. Where's William? Scrolled right by William. Mush mouths will be allowed to ramble on incessantly under Project 2025. Prairie Fire, thank you for your hot dog. I appreciate it. Mark O'Brien. Here. Quickies Fire Young for you. 3 best VP candidates for Kamala Go. I cannot operate on a level to answer that question. I would think Josh Shapiro maybe is probably.
No, I don't want him. I don't
think he would
Castro,
run.
Andy Bashir, JB
Julian
Pritzker.
Castro's a good one. I would say Julian Castro's good.
That's my number
Bashir's
one
good.
pick.
Yeah, there's a good list. And
those two I like better than Shapiro.
And
Agreed.
the last one here, quick fire round. Just to correcting the last super chat. Thank you so much. As you can tell, I'm dead. Good night. See you all later.
Take
Goodbye.
care, David. Okay,
We haven't even hit the 4-hour mark. What are these people complaining about? What are we
Amateurs. Okay, I'll rush through mine. I don't have too much. So thank you.
do I
Will
have
Lee.
that much? Am I the one who has all? I don't have too many either. I mean,
We don't have too much tonight because we were mostly just watching. So it'll probably be quick. Thank you, Will Lee, for becoming a member.
Appreciate Tony DeMio, member for a month. Pendulous, member for 9 months. Really appreciate that. Terabyte, thank you so much for the 199 happy birthday wish. Really appreciate you. Same for Alex Kawa. Thank you so much. Next one is My Dogs Are Goth. Member Super Chat, happy birthday, Mike. I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you. And Rikering with $5 Canadian. Thank you. Happy birthday, Mike. Time to present you and Matt to the DNC. K-Hive? No. Me Hive. Hey, I'll do it. Thank you for the birthday cake slice sticker, Andrew S. Really appreciate that. Wanda, you're so kind. Happy birthday, Mike. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Beer Cat with $10. No message, but I appreciate you. Let's see the next one here. Cosmere Dragon 2024. Wow, very generous. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. Any chance you could invite Marianne Williamson onto Leftist Mafia before the DNC? Highly doubt that. I think that getting somebody of her like stature on within that quick.
Why would we get her on now though? Why you're never going to hear from Marianne Williamson again.
I think she's going to go to the DNC too.
I mean, maybe she'll be there, but she is irrelevant. I am not trying to be mean. If she somehow has, if she's starting something, if she's starting an organization or doing something activist wise or something, and that's where her pivot is, maybe that's something to have her on for. But if you're talking to her regarding like the election, like her running or something, or her making a play at the DNC if Biden drops out, she is irrelevant. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to be straight up.
Yeah, there's no chance of her getting like the nomination or anything in some open. It's not even like it's not a possibility. Just to be real. Kenzie Page, thank you for being a member for 13 months. Tokyo Hans, 5 months. Thank you so much. Love this. Bayphoto 199. Idiocracy is real. Idiocracy is real. Yeah, after tonight, confirmed. Let's
Which
see here.
It makes it really annoying because it's super easy. Like this is the same guy they beat in 2020 and they destroyed him.
Yeah,
this is the same guy. It's the same guy, unchanged, probably weaker than in 2020. Honestly,
much weaker.
I mean, he's going to get less of the vote than he did in 2020. So will the Democratic candidate, but he will get less of the vote. It's who can draw out most of their base. That's what it's going to come down to. And we got a weak candidate here that the Republicans have nominated. We also do. So just nominate someone who is not weak.
The first person to replace the old man can probably win. That's the way. That's like I think the simplest way to look at this election. Philip Schwartz with $5. Thank you. The reactions of the MAGA crowd is so Pavlovian. When they hear the trigger words, they go wild. Otherwise, they're not interested. It's very creepy. That's a great point. I think you're onto something. Let's see.
I mean, they openly say they want a dictator. Like that's how people who want a dictatorship act. They just want to react to, strong words and a strong man bravado and what they want to hear. That's why they're called reactionaries, right? I mean, this is completely part of the course for these sorts of fascists, honestly.
No, you're right. I love this comment from Kathleen because it's so true. I just finished the season finale. I won't spoil it. But $5, thank you, Kathleen. We'll make America strong again. We'll make America super again. Literally the same thing from The Boys. Poetic that this line ends season. Yeah. If you haven't seen The Boys, highly recommend it. There's so many parallels to our politics. It's great. Another one from Kathleen,
the Boys is based on all of this. Yeah, it's not like an accident.
Yeah,
they do it very purposefully. Yeah,
it's so close this time to reality. They had to put a warning at the season finale because it's. I won't say anything more. Just great show. Go watch it. Kathleen with $5. Thank you, Kathleen. What happened reminded me of Scandal, the show, specifically episode with election night and how the president won. Hint, a staged event. I have not seen Scandal, so I can't speak to that, but maybe I'll check it out if it's any good. Marissa with $19.99. Thank you so much. Do you think a radical ticket like Harris Whitmer would be smart to run because Trump's many do not want to see another Trump term? Are there?
They're not going to run. They're not going to run a ticket. They're not going to run a ticket with 2 women on it. I hate to say. I mean, I don't have mine. I think Whitmer's great.
I think it would be fine, but they're not. I agree. Are there enough voters to vote against Trump
to make a possible legit AI radical ticket win? I think so. I think that if Democrats were bold and brave and they went with Whitmer and Harris, I think that would be strong. I think it would be successful. I don't think that they would do that though. They're gonna pick a boring white guy, just because they think that that's gonna, make the racists in the country feel a little bit better. I'm not really sure, but it's gonna be a white guy, like a very standard white guy. Hopefully not as boring as Tim Kaine. Okay, I lost my place. Where am I at? Okay. Okay, so the next one is
hold on. Big unit. This isn't a super chat, but Big Unit G on Twitch. I don't know whose Twitch. Asked, "Are you two boyfriends?" Yes, long distance relationship. Unfortunately, one day we'll meet. And we'll stream that. We'll stream our first date.
Yeah.
We'll even stream whatever. We'll even stream whatever we do after the date when we go back. When I invite him over my house. Maybe I'll get lucky on my first date with Mike.
Oh shit! Hey! Yeah. Don't count your blessings.
Yeah, maybe at least a little handy.
We have to end the stream right. We cannot stream when we're this tired. Okay. Zeitweiss with $5.99. I guess the guy who pierced Trump's ear doesn't count as one of those Second Amendment people Trump talked about in 2016. Let's see. Okay. Lost my place. Here I am. JCast, $5. Dana White introducing Donald Trump. Thank you, by the way. Dana White introducing Donald Trump is fitting, considering he also exploits immigrants and their earnings in a blood sport. Yeah. A 999 Carrie Shaw. Thank you so much. Mike, don't have a seizure watching these strobe lights. That wouldn't cause it. It would be like, listening to the bullshit. Sam, thank you for the member super chat for 59 months. My God. Did y'all hear that Lou Dobbs passed away? Yeah, we brought that up earlier.
Did they even mention it at the RNC? Did they even care enough to mention it? I mean, maybe they did. I'm asking for real. Did they mention it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not a big thing. Maybe they did a tribute, but it would be awesome if they just didn't mention it. I think that'd be hilarious.
How'd he die? How old was Lou Dobbs? Was he? I mean, I know he was old, but
he was really old. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Really? I mean, 78. I mean, that's old, but it's not really old.
Yeah. It's younger than Trump and Biden.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, John Jeffrey.
What did he die of? Hold on, I'm looking this up.
Vaccine? Are we streaming on Twitter, by the way? Because there's no way we still have 6,000 viewers this late.
Yeah, we're still. I'm telling you, what they do.
Oh, okay, that's what it is.
Every single viewer that comes onto the stream, they count, and they keep them in the count after they leave. I'm guaranteeing that's how it is. Because if you look, it says 5,000 views. It doesn't say viewers.
I see.
It doesn't say. It's such a skeevy way to do it.
Yeah, it's so disingenuous. I would think people want to know their real view count, but I guess puffing up the numbers is what they prefer. John, thank you for the $2. Happy birthday to the Mike Man. Thank you so much. Car Wash Freak 97 $1.99. Thank you. Kamala Harris should choose Whitmer as VP. I would be totally cool with that. Rolando Capalleja with $10. Thank you. Sean O'Brien at the RNC was polarizing. He aided in the false narrative that the GOP is for the working class. On the other hand, he delivered perhaps the most progressive speech in RNC history. Yeah, I mean, it's a mixed bag. I think that if he just said all the cool, class politics and didn't give Josh Hawley credit that he didn't earn for being pro-labor, it would have been probably better. But he was there kissing ass, and it just felt really gross overall. So yeah, I didn't like it. I don't like the way that he's trying to silence critics of his speech. And afterwards, the cherry on top of the shit sundae was him sharing the article that Josh Hawley wrote and saying this 100% when it has divisive politics where it's the suits, they're spending their profits on DEI and trans people. It's just he didn't have to do that. So he fucked up, and he thought he was playing three-dimensional chess, but I think he just pissed off a lot of people, and I don't think he's gonna gain anything from doing this. C333, $2. Thank you so much. We caught Trump and Diddy, so yeah, crime is down. Yeah, right. Dave Marvin with $5. Thank you, Dave. Live show. Seattle, please. That'd be cool. Mike, please suggest 3 punk songs for my 13-year-old son to learn on his new bass guitar. Thanks for yours, Binder. Good picks. So I'm not the best person to ask, so I'm gonna say Simple Plan, My Chemical Romance.
He's not even giving you songs. He's
just
giving you bands.
Pick a random one.
Yes, for songs.
Rage Against the Machine. Just pick a random song. That's all I got. This is late, unfortunately. Let's see, Dave. Another $5. Thank you. Trump's speech is like Vogan poetry in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah, it was out of this world. So yeah. Evan from Portland, thank you for becoming a member. Bay Photo, thank you for the $5. He's going to filibuster his speech until election day to stop Biden from dropping out. Yeah, right. Sakti with $5. Seeing people in the crowd wear cheese hats is perfect symbolism for their IQ in this Trump speech, right? Let's see here. Last one we have Prairie Fire. Thank you so much for the rose sticker. That's all I have.
Oh, it's my turn now.
Yeah.
Oh boy, how do I even? How do I?
You kind of just have to go through it, see which ones you selected, which ones you didn't, or like look at, I guess, match them up with the.
Hold on, I think here we go. I think I got it. Hold on, let's see. All right, Looney Tunes 9000. Great job on last night's Left Past 10. Good luck to Mike on next week's Left Past 10. Matt of the Letter Hack can expect a Tucker Carlson impersonation. Renee with a super chat. The Queen Who Never Was. I forgot what you were referencing. Let's see. Joseph de Jesus or de Jesus. Joseph de Jesus. With it's probably Jesus. I did the Jesus thing. My headphones just died, so I can't hear you. Give me a second. Hold on. There we go. Mike.
Yes.
Okay, cool. You really made sure to wait a good minute there, so I would think that it wasn't working.
Sorry.
Joseph with a $5 super chat. First ever super chat on a live stream. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate being your first. Joseph asks another question with another super chat here. Hold on. Which blade job was better, Cody Rhodes or Trump? With Cody, just to be safe, because that was an actual blade job. Renee with a super chat. Political theater, kayfabe. Tokyo Hans with a super chat. In his mind, Trump looks like Hulk Hogan. I don't think Trump is delusional like that. Honestly, I think he realizes what he looks like. He just doesn't care because he thinks he's hot shit no matter what. Renee with another super chat. Vampiro Canadiens defeated Hulk Hogan once. I know who Vampiro is. Narrator with a super chat. I am firmly against top-down political violence. Bay Photo with a super chat. Little Rich of Hulk Hogan calling out criminals and addicts when there's police body cam footage of him showing up to his son's own DUI arrest. Yeah, I know. It's the same thing with all those guys, right? They're hypocritical in every single way. And it's not just Hulk Hogan. Renee with the super chat. Michael Sanford attempt was the real thing. I don't know what you're referring to. Renee with another super chat. Google Ronnie Moffat. Okay. Renee with another super chat. To ramp up the hateful rhetoric like Reichstag. I can't do it. I'm too tired. Carrie Shaw with a $10 super chat. Had to get Dana White because Vince McMahon can't be on that stage. Well, I'm actually surprised they didn't ask him. Because why would the allegations against him affect him being on that stage? There are people on that stage who have similar allegations in various forms. You have Dana White with the abuse. You have Hulk Hogan with the N-word sex tape. You have and the various things with his kid, his son, and the car accidents and drunk driving. You have Donald Trump and his own rape accusations and allegations, and his connections to Epstein. You probably go to that Kid Rock. You go to that line. There's so many allegations against all those people. What I think the deal is that they probably didn't ask him because of the federal investigation. Honestly, now that I think about it, that's true. But Vince McMahon never did these. Like Kid Rock, Dana White, they spoke at the thing before. Linda McMahon, Vince's wife. I'm pretty sure they're like estranged at this point, but they're still together technically. And she worked in the Trump administration. She spoke. Vince never would have spoke at one of these because to him it's like his own character has said it's all about the money. WWE never really got too outwardly partisan in that way, like the way Hulk Hogan or even Linda McMahon when she left the WWE did, because they want the money from all fans. They don't want to, they always were careful about that in terms of like on screen and like footage of stuff like that. But here's the thing: Vince is only not in the WWE because of those allegations. So there's like no scenario where Vince would have been on an RNC stage, because if there were no allegations, he'd still be working with the WWE, and then he wouldn't have even considered going on stage. Jay Cass with a super chat. Hulk Hogan giving a speech isn't surprising, but the real question is, where is Vince McMahon's speech? Yeah, I guess a lot of people are feeling that way. Social Lust with a super chat. The bullet was Trump's October 7th. Tunbosin with a super chat. Oh, where's that Tunbosin super chat? Bruh needs a Red Bull. Shit got me to sleep. Yeah. This was like an hour ago that Tunbosin said that.
He's probably sleeping already.
Tunbosin with another super chat directly after. What do you get when you have 2 union busters, 6 Nepo babies, 1 wife beater, a couple of racists, a pedo, a rapist, and a convicted felon? I don't know.
The
what do you
RNC
have?
convention.
The RNC? Radio Friendly Box with a super chat. Put that chart on a t-shirt, obviously. Tunbosin with another super chat. Where is it? I'm awake, I swear. Omega with a super chat. I just tuned in and it felt like purgatory. Oh well.
Yeah.
Agonian Bum with a super chat. Do you think 30s German boys audience were ever itching to leave early at his repeat speeches? Can't miss that merch booth. That's really funny. I think that one is really funny because it's something that I've never considered. Like the modern, like, sort of like humdrum, like, things we all do, but like put in those historic moments. Like, people go to the Trump speeches. We see the people who get bored, who leave early, who are just fucking around, who are like doing weird dancing to like music as like something else is going on. Like, were people doing this at the Nazi rallies in Germany? Like, was there like the weird, like 25-year-old, not 25-year-old, am I saying like 65-year-old German, whatever the equivalent of a hippie from the 30s would be, like just doing some weird, like holding up her Hitler sign. Oh, that's really funny. I can't not stop thinking about that now. Was there like footage of like of like a couple of guys in their like 40s like looking at their watch like, whoa man, when is Mein Führer gonna wrap this thing up? It's just going on and on. We've heard this one again. The Jews, we get it, we get it. Oh my god. Oh man. I think that would be a great bit. Oh my god. Oh. All right. Let's this is also partially because I'm probably slightly insane because I'm exhausted. Kowalski with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Kowalski. And Looney Tunes 9000. Trump's speech felt like a 50-hour speech. It was really long. Yeah.
It was
It
way
was
too
really
long. It was one of the most longest speeches in modern RNC history, based on like what I saw on Twitter with people comparing like Romney's to Bush's. I do have a couple more super chats, by the way, that came in. So we've got Angel Garza with $5. I just watched Crystal Ball video where she said some reporting, not concrete, thought that Newsom and Whitmer said they would be Kamala's VP. Wouldn't, sorry. Yeah, I heard that too. I'm not really sure. There's going to be a lot of leaks. But at this point, kind of take everything with a grain of salt unless it comes through like a really, really big source like New York Times and whatnot, and Axios, because they're the ones who have the really close like staffers that are leaking to them. I'm not saying that this isn't true. It's just hard to say, but we're hearing so much being thrown out. So I don't know. I hope that that's not true, but it's hard to say. I genuinely don't know. Okay, we also have Zero PE. Thank you for the $4.99. Appreciate you, Zero. I can't wait to see you on Left Past 10 next week, Mike. And Matt was awesome last week. Yeah, I'm excited to be on. Last one, Tenbosin with $5. Thank you so much. Correct, the RNC, and happy birthday. Or is it? I don't know. You chat better not be lying. Yeah, it is. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that, Tenbosin. And then the last one here. This is for you from Narrator. AOC is going
Narrator.
off.
AOC live on Instagram going off. What is she saying?
I don't know.
Do you want to pull it up for a second?
I can't stream it through desktop, I don't think. Let me see. I can play it through my microphone, though.
Oh, wait. Let me see if I can. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Hold on. I'm going to try. Do you see this? Do you see it?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Oh, wait. You got to bring it up.
We need to.
Oh,
do you hear her, though?
Live,
I do.
We need to make decisions in the conditions that we have before us. Even if they're ugly, even if they're hard, even if what we don't want, like, we don't get to run away. And I'm here no matter what. Like, truly. I do think that people underestimate Biden's performance. I think that is how he became president, is through a lot of people underestimating his performance with demographics that are not.
This is a little bit weird, actually.
And
he won because of incredible anti-Trump sentiment during the height of the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah.
And
it wasn't because Biden was such an amazing guy.
Purely electorally,
yeah.
Right? Like, again, suspending some of the other arguments here. And I'm not a professional pollster. I am not a political pundit. I am a person whose job it is to win elections. And people may say, oh, blah, 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 like, you're from whatever place you're from, and because you're from where you're from, like, you don't deserve to be qualified in that. I can tell you that I have won elections that I have had no business winning. I can tell you that in my four primary elections and in several other general elections, but particularly my 4 primary elections, my vote share has only gone up since I first won election. Even with disinformation campaigns targeting me, even with like whatever from the left, from the right, whatever, saying I ain't this, I ain't that. Here's what I know. I won my primary election with 82% of the vote. 82% of the vote. I think I may have won with the highest vote share in terms of a primary, if not the entire city of New York, perhaps the entire state of New York. And so, people may poo-poo where I'm from. I can't change where I'm from.
Kathy's
what I
saying
can say is that
Crystal Ball went live with a breaking Biden out this weekend per report.
That's
okay.
not based on big dollar donors.
I've heard this.
I've heard that
old.
too.
It's not really breaking.
I run a campaign that is not,
unless she has a new
surprisingly,
report or a new source.
entirely dependent.
Interesting though.
on
Thank you for
I
sharing.
don't think.
Kathy.
I don't think so. I mean, where do you see that?
Dependent on presence on the ground. And sometimes
where did she
my
post
digital
it?
Presence very often.
It's a super chat. She said Crystal Ball went live with the info.
As a candidate, what we do
Live where? On Twitter or
like,
what?
people
On
don't
Breaking
know
Points, I
that,
think. On her channel.
I've run tutoring programs, mutual aid programs.
I'm not really sure what the takeaway is from this with AOC.
Year-round, all the time, etc.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
I don't see
But
nothing
what
live on
matters
Breaking
is
Points.
that
Oh yeah, this is old. This is the
what
3
I'm
hours
seeing
ago. This is
here
not.
Okay.
I don't believe
in
it.
terms
I don't
of
believe
how
it.
this
I don't know if he's
decision
gonna drop
is
out.
being
I don't think it's
made
gonna leak when he does like that. There's
a
got. I don't think he's gonna do it on a weekend.
litigation among.
Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, this is me just
certain
guessing. I have
class
no information. I just think
conversation
everyone is.
Concerning to me, and again,
I think
I'm
it's
not
going to take a
here
little
to
bit longer if
dismiss
he does. I
everyday
think
people
there's
that
going to
have
be
this opinion.
more convincing. It's not going to just going to be like that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is like the mechanisms by which this decision is being made is concerning me, and
why? What? Unless
talking
she's
to folks
talking
in
about that she knows
I
that there's
hear
people talking about they want to fight at the convention.
my donor
Then
this,
okay, I
my
agree.
donor that.
But
Those
the
are the
mechanism here is very
inputs
simple.
that
The president of the United States says,
I am
I
hearing
can no longer
reflected
run
by my colleagues.
my reelection campaign.
It's not my voters.
My vice
this,
president
my voters
is now running the presidential campaign.
every once in a blue
for
moon.
president. She's running for president.
But from what
It
I
is
am hearing,
so
my
insane.
inputs a lot is donor. 2 million.
No one
like, there's,
feels
like, some,
dejected.
It's
no
like
one feels like their voice isn't heard.
big donors are
The
saying this,
voters
big donors
voted
are
in the
saying that,
primary.
big
We
donors-
could let's
like,
pretend that was a real thing. Voters voted in the primary for the Biden-Harris ticket. Biden is dropping out. They get their vice president that they voted for becoming the presidential nominee. It's very simple. I don't know why people have such an issue with this.
Yeah.
It's not rocket science. It's not some convoluted process.
Social
It's
media
the most
is
straightforward.
important. It is incredibly
Like I
important.
can't believe
but we, need
we
a
are the
full
strongest advocates
input
for
of
Kamala
data
president right now.
and
Yeah.
for example, whether you like it or not, what you may think, whatever you may think about it, Joe Biden kind of like stomps with older people, like electorally, which is one of the strongest and most consistent electorates. And it's actually a hard electorate.
This all sounds
for
like coke to
Democrats
me. I'm
win.
sorry. Every data point shows he's losing.
know?
I don't get what she's trying to do here.
Those are not people that are
Anyone
on Twitter,
who is voting for Joe
but
Biden
they
would vote for
more
Kamala Harris.
consistently than almost
And
any
if they
other
needed that
bracket.
extra push, you
So
could
you
simply
take
just
that
have
off
Joe
the table,
Biden say,
you cannot
I
assume
need
that
all
that
of my
electorate
supporters to vote for
transfers
Kamala
to
Harris,
any
my
other
vice
candidate.
president.
Yeah.
Like
He's still going to be
what
president.
I'm
No one's
here to
asking him to,
say
well, I'm sure that people are,
is
but I'm not asking him to resign. I think that would actually
Yeah.
cause a
you
bigger
can't just
issue.
allow
I
I'm
agree.
asking for him to
win
say,
by
I have chosen not to run
groupthink,
for re-election
momentum,
because
inertia.
4 years is a long time. I'm 80-something
really
years old.
need
I can
to
finish out this term,
consider the
but I
consequences.
worry that I won't
And
be able to
if
finish out another full term.
the
I am entrusting the
data,
vice president that I picked to take
logistics
over if
would
something was
have
to happen to me. It's very
supports
simple.
another path, go ahead, like make that. But this idea that we're just going to talk about what theoretically is best.
It's not theoretical
is-
though.
this
It's
is not
quantifiable data that we're looking at.
2023. And so, folks are
She's
saying the
so
poll-
off
and also
base.
the
Like
folks
she
saying
has
the poll
really
only
bad
has
political
Democrats.
Where I don't get where's
Maybe
this
that might be
coming
true.
from.
Have
I
we
don't
thought
get
about what is
where
leading
this
to that?
is
Yeah.
coming from. I
Because
don't get it.
I
And listen. I'm an
hundreds of
AOC
dollars in
supporter. I
Our
like her.
media,
I'm not one of those weird fringe,
people, like,
dumb
members of
lefties.
Congress
I
saying
think
things off
AOC
the
is
record, like,
is great and she's a
I
good
just-
ally. I don't get her position here at all.
And again,
Like,
I
she's
could be
really
wrong.
going down with the ship. I
I'm
mean,
not
the
here to
writing's on the
tell
wall.
you
What is she doing?
This is
Again, I would have no problem
what
with
it
Biden
is.
continuing if he
But
had showed in his
what
performances that he
what
could
I am
handle
here
it.
to tell
It's
you
not about his
is
age.
some of the
It's not his
red
the age
alerts
has
that
to do
I'm
with it,
seeing
but
on
it's
the
not about the
dashboard
age
in
itself.
terms of things
Yeah.
It's about
that
how
I have not
age has
seen
affected Joe Biden.
adequately addressed.
And it has not affected him well.
And,
If he was Nancy Pelosi,
you know,
if he
like,
was Bernie Sanders, if he
oh,
was,
man, like,
I can't think of another old
you're a
person who's
neo-lib, sellout,
doing well
careerist,
right now.
like,
But those
but,
are two good examples from
mean,
complete different
if I were here to sell out, I'd
spectrums
be
in the Democratic
making-
Party.
There are much more
Nancy Pelosi ain't a leftist.
I assure you.
She's saying people are calling her a sellout.
But
I don't think you're a
she's a
sellout. I think you're
sellout.
just
Like,
wrong.
the concerns are bad or
Hey,
without
let's see.
fault.
Let's do a dual stream and
whatever,
figure this out. We'll talk
you
this
know,
out. Let's.
Yeah.
it may be. I'm not here to dismiss
Clearly,
people. I'm
clearly,
not here
you're
to
hearing us.
tell people
I
that
bet
they're
she's
wrong.
secretly
I'm not
watching
here
us
to
on that
say your
screen.
points
We
are
just don't know
invalid.
it.
I am here to say that, like, we need to look at what date it is and what time it is. And also, like, again, I also think that there's certain things about Joe Biden that, again, I'm not here to dismiss people's concerns, but I also think there are certain things about Joe Biden as a candidate and as a person that people often conflate with other issues. For example,
Okay, let's hear.
he had the debate that he had. That debate had no people. There was no audience. It was like cameras and two pundits and
What does it have to do with
president
anything?
and former
This is the
president.
worst defense of Biden I've
And
heard
then
yet.
This is
people went
this
the
is a
next
really
day
bad defense.
and they saw that
this is
he
I'm
did amazing the day
I'm
he did a
flabbergasted.
rally, I believe, in North Carolina, and he did a rally the day after, and it went super well. And people were like,
No,
"Where
it
was
didn't.
this
It was
Joe
just
Biden?"
okay. It didn't.
You
It
have to
wasn't super
understand,
super
like,
well.
these
The
people
diff-
are
the-
human
the-
beings,
you know,
and
I get what
from what
she
I
is saying,
assess,
but she's not
Joe
arguing it in
Biden
the same
needs
way
the
that I'm
energy
looking at it.
of people
Yeah,
around him.
you perform
And
differently in front of a
he just
live
did a
audience
rally
because
in
there are
Detroit,
certain
and when he's
dynamics
around
with
thousands of
performing to
people,
an empty audience just
he-
directly to cameras
that
and when
is
you have a
how
live
he
audience. For
resonates.
example, if you're just performing to
And
cameras, there's
again,
no
I'm not here to,
pause
like,
for reactions. There's no
dismiss
reaction
and, you
But
know,
the
times to save your
NAACP,
ad.
me over the
NAACP
coals.
speech,
Trust
awful
me,
speech
if
with the
I
crowd.
was
Yeah.
trying to do something
But
that
the crowd
was
helps basically
like
pad
that I
how
was
bad it
that
is.
I think was
Like he
Right.
did good at the
calculatingly
speech because
best
there's a
for
crowd
me,
there to cheer
I would not be
and
on
give
this
him
live right now.
the necessary pauses
You know,
he
like,
needs
it's
to
just
take
easy to
breaths,
just hang back.
recalibrate. But that's not
the reason I'm
that's not the
doing
problem
it
here. The problem is
because
he was the same
I
person
care
at
about
both.
the future of this country.
Mhm.
I
It wasn't
care
a
about
bad
the
night.
outcome of
It
this
was a guy
election
who is not who he
profoundly
used to
and
be.
deeply.
Yeah, he's in
Something is off.
decline.
all
He's
of
in
you.
decline. Like
And
that's it.
as a
He
person
can't win.
that is invested in our success, I feel like I would regret not raising some of these matters that I feel are not getting appropriate consideration. And it kind of bums me out because the vast majority of people are not following this conversation as closely as the people who are following this conversation.
No,
They don't
people
have to
are-
be. Any
people- no,
regular
regular-
person says that he's sundowning. Everybody can see it.
I have
If
spoken
the
to
president
regular
makes
people who are
a
not
decision
online, don't
Same.
follow me, people I just
himself,
know from life,
that's on him.
not from lefty or politics at
Yeah.
all. Just
But
people I know from my
it-
kid's school
it
and
bums
the
me
sports
out
teams
when
they're
I
on,
see how many
parents, stuff like
people in
that.
perspective
same.
are
And
not
the
in the
overwhelming
room and
discussion,
in the
neighbors
consideration
even,
of folks
overwhelming discussion has
making
been
these decisions.
he did not look
And,
good at that
like,
debate. He's too old.
I don't know, someone
He's
says
too old.
Hassan
Something-
is speaking with you on
he's not. He
stream.
can't do it.
Love you, Hassan.
I can't vote for
Like,
him. I can't tell people
I
to
could
vote.
Oh, she's talking about
totally
Hassan.
I don't like
I'm
Trump.
not here.
She's talking about
Hassan might
Hassan.
be beefing with me. I'm not beefing with Hassan. Like, and I can tell you, like, my everyday live reality is like, I'm not, this isn't like a knock or anything like that, but like my job every day is I'm like being so for real right now. It's not watching TV. It's not obsessing over polls. Like I'm telling you, I was just telling you at the beginning of this, like I've been in Puerto Rico for several days. Like I'm trying to install solar panels in people who make less than $17,000 in an entire year, and trying to make sure that like they can keep their oxygen machines on. Like a lot of that stuff is what is consuming the vast majority of my time. I'm not seeing things that other people see, and other people are not seeing things that I'm seeing. And so I'm not here to like have a debate. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to say that anybody is wrong with a capital W. What I'm
Headline right now for a YouTube title:
humbly trying
AOC
to do
turns
is just
down Matt Binder
contribute
debate over Biden
some of
on
these
live stream.
concerns because it's real. And like what I think is a risk, and maybe I'm wrong, but one thing I get very concerned about is this presidential election being decided by Clarence Thomas in a Supreme Court instead of the American people. And
What? How would that happen? What do you? What is she? What,
and that's
but
why
that-
Bush became president.
right, but that has nothing to do
so
with
the
anyone
idea
dropping
that
out
that's
and a
not
different candidate
something
running.
that
I don't
It's a
understand what
complete
the
non sequitur.
that
I
same
don't
thing. That
understand.
same thing could happen with
not
Biden. That same thing could
Yeah.
happen with Biden.
so readily.
It could happen with any
And
Democrat.
maybe I'm being too risk averse. Maybe I'm not seeing what other people are seeing. I leave space for that. And like, whatever. Like, maybe I'm taking a big L, but you know, I think that these are just, I think they're just real concerns. I think the concerns are valid. I also think that the concerns about the president are valid. I'm not here to like dismiss anybody. But you know,
I mean, you kind of said the
it's,
matter was
like,
closed a week ago,
annoying
so
me
you
how
are.
people litigate on CNN.
That's the problem.
And a lot of people are just like not on the ground, and like
On the ground does not mean going to a Biden campaign event.
and,
Though.
like,
That is
listen,
not
like,
on the
I've been
ground
on the
talking to
left.
the people. I'm
I
sorry,
am
like that's
on
what
the
she's
left.
referring to.
I've
I'm
seen the
assuming.
left be really wrong before electorally, and I've seen the left be really right electorally.
But the centrists
But
are the one
I've
pushing this mostly.
done this
Yes,
long
this
enough that
isn't
I've
a
seen lot of
leftist
people
thing.
speak
I
with
just
a lot
don't.
of
I don't
certainty
understand
and be
where she's
totally
coming
wrong.
from with this.
And you know, there's no short ticket here, and I think that there's a lot of people and electorates that know the president. We haven't even talked about unions, like whether people like it or not, President Biden has very strong, broad union support. And that is not something that just goes automatically to any Democrat, as we've seen this week. And whether it's right or wrong,
I mean, the jumping is coming from because of
these
Biden.
endorsement processes
Like-
for unions take weeks if you're going at a breakneck pace, and they don't go to just whoever the Democrat is. And like, I think sometimes like the theory of how labor aligns itself politically versus the reality of it and the process of it, it's like not a slam dunk. It's not super easy.
I don't think anybody is saying that it's going to be easy or not risky to replace him, but we're just saying every single data point shows that
Like,
he is bringing down
listen, like,
Democrats
I'm-
and cannot win. Swing state Democrats
I
are
was
polling
elected as a
better than him,
Democratic
but they're
socialist,
now
like,
fearful that it's
did
bringing
that mean
it
that
down.
unions just automatically supported me? No.
She
I
just
had to
said when
work
I was a
for years and
Democratic
years and years.
socialist, right? Did I mishear that?
And
So she's
so-
no longer a
Did you
Democratic
say that?
socialist?
Again, it's like,
Did I mishear
Did you
that,
say that?
chat?
I know all the points that I'm making are the kind that people go, boo, boo, you know? You're wrong.
She's watching us right now, I
you're
feel.
boring, you're scared, like whatever.
It feels like she is,
But,
honestly. I mean, obviously, I don't
I'm
really
like
think
in the
that, but it
muck
does
with
feel
this
like that.
all
Yeah.
the time. Like it's like my job to get these things, and I have confronted and lived with the reality of how I think it works and how it actually works. And I'm always trying to unite those things, but I just don't want people to.
We really would have known if she was watching
Like,
this. If you
I just
said,
want
did she just
people
say she
to
was a
at
Democratic socialist? And all of a sudden she was just like, I mean, I am a Democratic socialist.
Eyes wide open about regardless of what shakes out, we're going to have to work harder than we've ever worked before. I don't care if you're falling out of a coconut tree, God bless you. If
She knows the memes.
riding with the president,
You
God
think
bless.
you just fell out of a coconut tree,
I'm
AOC. You
not.
don't even know. You don't even know the Kamala oath. Okay, the Kamala
and I
oath.
think that
blood
a
oath.
lot of people
Bend the knee to Mamala now.
may have their
I'm
like
honestly being hardcore Kamala pill
niche
right
politician
now.
that they stand
Literally.
that they maybe think is way
Look at my
more
avatar.
nationally popular and recognized than they actually are. But like, I don't think an open convention is the way. But
Well,
I would
I don't
hope
want
that
an
that's
open
not too.
convention.
Yeah,
I
just
don't want an
Kamala.
open convention. Just
I think it's
Kamala is the
important.
vice president. Why is it so difficult?
I'll do whatever needs to be done. I can say
It
that
doesn't sound like that's what you're saying, though.
I think that I do think there's a lot of misinformation going out. But again, like I
Like
trust
what,
people
though?
to come to the conclusions that they come to.
We just want to win,
I
and the
just,
data shows that he can't.
Don't
And he's bringing down
let
Democrats. That's it.
My opinion is to not get your opinion from whatever's on CNN or whatever's on like watching whatever it is that you're watching. Like, look at the facts of it, answer some of these questions.
The problem is AOC is
but,
obsessed
like,
with the.
it's kind of
She is burdened by what has been,
without
Yep.
talking about
That's it.
and
how
she
it
has not been unburdened yet,
And let's
so she
say
can see
you
what
totally
can be.
disagree with
That's
me.
very astute.
I'm
I
not
think that's
here to
exactly it, Matt.
I think that's what we're
genuinely
seeing,
believe that we are all
honestly.
Yeah.
here with the same motivation.
AOC, we know
It's
you're
just
watching. Give
like,
us a shout out.
you know, I just think that there's a lot under the hood here that people have not fully.
She thinks she
considered.
just fell out of a
And when it
coconut
comes to
tree. That's what's
polling,
going on.
like,
Mm-hmm.
no
And she's not understanding
other-
that you
on the
exist
flip side, just
in the
something- and again,
context
I could be wrong on this.
of
people,
all
and
in which
you can argue
you
about polling
live
all day long because, like,
and
there's enough
what
data and
has
statistics
come before
that
you.
support.
Thank
But
you
you
so
gotta
much for saying
understand.
that. Yeah.
arguments. But
I'm
can also
honestly,
tell you from
I
my
think I'm being
perspective,
radicalized.
I tend to be
as
sometimes a polling
a Kamala
skeptic.
supporter right
That's
now.
like baked into me.
We're
as
gonna storm the Capitol
my first
of
I'm
the
gonna-
DNC if they don't make her the nominee.
13.
I'm gonna,
Okay,
yeah, I'm
fine, like,
storming
that was
the
a whole
Capitol.
different, unique
Kamala right
situation.
now.
I'm gonna tell you,
Mama,
this year, I had a primary election. My polling had me down by
AOC,
like about.
That's not the same as national polls and aggregate polling.
You were not losing. You were not. It was nowhere close.
So
It was not
my
problem.
own
No.
polling,
Yeah, that's not
private
the same.
had me underperforming a lot more than what I actually ended up performing at. Now,
That's copium. That's
I
not.
don't know what
That's
that
not the
means,
same. The
right?
polls nationally
Like,
and for presidential elections
I
have been
don't
very
know what that
accurate.
I'm not here to say that that's every race.
A single
But
district poll that is
I
very different than
need
national
people to
polling for a presidential
understand that,
election.
like, making a decision based on July polling, like, I think if we could have just a little bit more dimensions to the case, that
He
would
can't
be,
talk. He can't make the case. That's what I don't get.
Hold on, maybe we misheard her. Or I didn't catch this, but
polling had a
Salty in the
red
chat
wave
says,
in
Matt, she said they won't let it be
2022.
Kamala, and they'll
That
go
did
for
not
someone
happen.
more
There is a
moderate.
Republican majority,
Kamala
but,
is moderate. What are you talking about? What are people? What is she talking? I mean, maybe what is the Democratic Party talking about?
wiped. And for a long time.
And I'm sorry if it's
that didn't
anyone
happen.
other than
And
Kamala, then
I'm
we're
not,
gonna have a real
and
problem.
I don't want to be a data.
Yeah,
like,
then
denial
that they
here,
would
right?
fuck up
Like,
there.
Yes.
I'm not here to say, oh, I'm going to ignore trends. I'm going to ignore data. But I think that's also what's contributing to the complexity of the situation is that, to me, it's not the same thing. And also the argument that certain Democrats or a lot of Democrats are polling ahead of the president, that's not necessarily
Hold on, get that, Mike. Get that message off the screen. They didn't pay for that
a
super
bad
chat.
thing in certain places. There are different
We only pull
strategies
super
for going
chats on the
about
screen.
things,
I don't know who
and
that
I don't
was.
understand the
tell
point she's
you,
making, though.
as
It's
a
not bad
Democrat
that Democrats are polling
for
higher
my
than Biden in
community,
different places.
I try to outperform
That's a horrible
Joe
sign.
Biden
I don't
in
understand this
every
point
race,
here.
because
I
my
really don't
job
get
is
it.
to specialize specifically in
How
the
are people? I can't.
700,000
Why can't I
people
zoom in
that
on this? I want to see
am
what people are
responsible
saying
for.
in the.
I am a member of Congress that is supposed
Wait, why
to
are there
be
fireworks behind?
tailor-made for this specific
What was that?
geography
I don't know.
of people. And I don't know. Again, I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. People are saying it's cope or whatever. Like,
She's watching the
cope.
stream. We
It's
just
not,
said
like,
it's cope.
This is a moment of ambiguity. And
If she says something about the fireworks,
like,
yeah,
I'm not like a Biden campaign co-chair. Like, I'm not, I'll go out and I campaign for the president and I stump for the president. And I have done that because he is our Democratic nominee. We need to fight the courts. We have passed an insane amount of productive legislation.
everyone
Also,
go
a
on
bunch of things that
her
happened
super
that
chat and ask in the
I
spam
don't
the
agree
chat.
with,
Are you watching
and
Leftist?
that I find morally horrific.
She's on Instagram, right? Yeah.
Complexity is the job. So I don't know. You may have like whatever opinions you have, but again, once again, also, if you think, once again, I'm gonna repeat myself, if you think that a lot of the folks who are in charge of swaying this position are defaulting to the vice president, you would be mistaken. That is not something to be taken for granted. And that would have to be a fight too. So
let's fight for Kamala.
all you
I'm ready
folks
to
that
die
are
for
coconut pilled in the comments as you are identifying, buckle up.
She laughed.
But it's, I just want to be honest. I could be wrong. You could be totally disagree with me, but I'm telling you straight up, I'm not coming in bad faith. I'm not coming with any ulterior motive here. I'm not incentivized by anything here aside from wanting.
I don't think that she is. I think she just has a bad read on the
that
situation.
people who come with a different opinion
No,
don't
I think
want
her
one.
argument
I
is
think
that
we
she's
all want
worried it
one.
wouldn't be
I think we're
Kamala,
looking
and
at
I think
different
that's a fair
things
argument.
and coming to
But
certain
I think
conclusions,
you
but,
go about it differently than just then you fight for that. You fight for the winning
that's what it is.
option, which is Kamala. You don't just rein in your feelings and just resign to Biden. No, where are you going, AOC? We didn't.
All right, I'm sending her the StreamYard link. We're
All right,
mutuals
okay,
on
send
Twitter.
her
All right.
Okay, send her. We are too, but
we could try to get her on. I would love to pick
we
her brain.
should try to
honestly.
get her on. I bet you would. I'm not gonna bet, but
I don't think
it wouldn't
she would.
surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if she did it. But I'm not saying she would, but it wouldn't surprise me if she. I'd love to talk with her. She's probably the one politician I would like to talk to, honestly.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I feel like I don't understand where she's coming from. I think that she's basing her expectation that Biden is going to win on narratives and vibes. You just got to look at the data. Literally, easiest answer if you look at the data. That's it. The writing has been on the wall for a very long time. He started doing a genocide. He started losing after the debate. Now he's losing independence too. There's no coming back from this. It's 4 months. That's it. You can't turn this around. The only chance you have is a completely new ticket. Voters care more about Biden's age than Trump's conviction. The polls show that. Normal people, you talk to them, they've been thinking that Biden has been long gone. Like normies in my family who are apolitical. Like they're like, oh, he's not even doing the presidency. He's so old. Obama's controlling the levers. Like they actually believe this. Like I don't think that they understand how normal people perceive Joe Biden. It's not just the debate. The debate just really put it into perspective for everyone else. So this is so late. Now we're at 4.5 hours.
Well, let's go to 5 now. But honestly, there's a bunch of super chats now, and I think we might have to.
I went through them one by one. I brought them up on the screen so that way we didn't have to go back because I'm gonna have to bounce because I'm really getting tired.
Oh, you did it? You already every single one of these were up.
Every single one that came through, I put them up on the screen. So we're
this last one by Creflo $50. It appears
Yep.
she turned comments off.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, didn't read them, but put them up on the screen so we can.
This Tom Boson one's funny. Biden really got that gun to her head. I don't know if he's he has the wherewithal to do that and not accidentally pull the trigger. So I don't think it's going on. I mean, I listen. I like AOC. We're allowed to disagree.
Same.
I don't
Same.
think this means that she's done or she should. And the people are obviously going to be pissed at her for this. No. We just strongly disagree with her on this one.
Mm-hmm. And Bernie too. Bernie too.
The thing is, I do think after listening to her, I do think she probably has a better understanding of this than we do because she's in the party as an official congresswoman. She's concerned that they're gonna go for someone who she doesn't think is a good replacement for Biden, but the party views as a safe pick. And I being that she's concerned, I agree that that's probably a real concern that they're going to try to usurp Kamala and push someone else in that position. And I think that's the wrong move.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would be very wrong. It would piss people off.
So I agree with her. I agree with her for her concern. I think she's going about that concern the wrong way. She should be out there saying, we're going to fight for Kamala. We're going to, but no, it's not even fighting for Kamala, fighting for the official, what's it called? The line, the lineage, whatever it is, the official word for that.
Just the heir to Biden's.
No, we're not kings and queens. We don't say the heir to Biden's throne.
Speak for yourself. She's my fucking queen, okay?
She's the Queen Bey of the K-Hive.
Yeah.
The line of succession. Thank you. A
Right.
broken demo disc. It's late. I can't.
We're
think.
way past the point where I can.
It's about following. The ideal thing would have been for this to happen before the primaries. We could have a real primary, and people could have actually voted.
Yeah, exactly.
But we don't have that. We got to deal with what we got. And the line of succession here is what we got to go by. And Kamala is the next in line. It's that simple. It's that simple. Who are they going to put in that place? Who is? There's no one who has that national name recognition who could replace Biden. Honestly, she really is the only choice.
The campaign infrastructure, the money, the campaign headquarters. It's just if you're going to replace Biden, it's easiest to go with.
You just cross out a line on the Biden name and send out the same flag.
Literally. So it is like I think the natural progression is Kamala. People might want to try to thwart a Kamala nomination. But if they look, beggars can't be choosers. If you want Biden out, it's going to be Kamala. So it's just easiest. Yeah.
By the way, I just want to add there in terms of the easiest thing. That's also why I think Trump picked JD Vance, because you literally just need to swap 2 letters out of Pence's name, and you got the same. You got.
I know you're tired. Thank you. You can answer later, but how do you suggest getting a new ticket through all the states? Not that easy.
Kamala's already on the ticket. She's already there.
They already have the entire machine in place. It's literally just a matter of changing like I'm oversimplifying it, but like it's not an insurmountable path. If it was insurmountable, Democratic Party leadership would not be saying Biden should step out. But
right.
They can do it, which is why they have the infrastructure, they have the wherewithal and the means to be able to do it. So it's possible. And I get that it's risky and it's scary because it's new. But look, it's either we be brave and try to make a change, or we just sail straight into the iceberg. I say switch it up, and we make sure that anyone who's falling out of a coconut tree, they become unburdened by what has been. With that being said, should we raid actual Jake?
Oh, wait, hold on. You just reminded me about about Twitch. Really quick. It'll take 2 seconds. It's only a few.
Okay.
Aaron Stone 136 subscriber Prime. Thank you, Aaron Stone. Anonymous Grifter gave out 5 community gift subs. Thank you, Anonymous Grifter. And Venus Bloodflow.
God, you're memeing close to the sun, Matt. Holy shit.
Tier 1 sub to Internetiquette. No, we're good. That's it. All right. Who do we raid?
Let's do actual Jake.
I'm gonna rate this guy, humanist support. I bet he's got a good show going on. He said this is RNC live. No, let's actual Jake. Hold on, let me find actual Jake. Wait. Dude, it's early for you, isn't it?
It is, but I want to eat ice cream, and I'm tired.
What are you, Joe Biden?
I've got my peanut butter
late,
ice cream
and I want to
ready.
eat ice cream.
It's my birthday ice cream. I didn't get cake, but I've got a little pint. I got a pint of ice cream.
You just spent 4.5 hours on the stream here on your birthday. What a terrible way to spend your birthday.
Half of that listening to Trump. Oh.
No, for real. I feel horrible. I forgot it was your birthday today. But for real,
doesn't matter.
Mike,
no big deal.
Have a happy birthday.
Thank you so
truly
much.
Enjoy it. You are a great friend. I love doing this show with you.
Likewise.
Enjoy, my buddy. How old are you again? You're the same age as me, right?
Yeah, 37.
Wait, are you turning 37 or turning 38?
Turning 37.
No, you're a year younger than me, you bastard. All right.
You old timers.
I'm an old timer, right? I gotta drop out of Leftist Mafia when I turn 38 in August because I'm going senile. I'm gonna do the right thing. I'm gonna resign. And I'm gonna offer my seat to somebody else. Yeah. All right, let's raid actual Jake. I'm pressing it. Oh wait, no, I didn't press start raid to begin with.
I already rated him.
Oh shit. Hold on, don't shut it off yet. Hold on.
Thank you, Matt. Matt memeing and then wholesome posting.
All right, I'm pressing it. Goodbye, everybody. Have a great night.
Take care, everyone.